have other skis for this.
Yeah, those skis are done, though. They're harder to ride.
6 confirmed, time of 9-0 coming in, and we are going to 35 blue.
Oh, the heck I did coming out of window.
At 39.
Yeah, because I wheelied it, felt my butt hit water. I was snowbound just trying to stand up, couldn't see because water was all in my face.
Yeah.
I pulled to the other side, but I was just like, blue.
You're getting there too early, and you're S-turning after. You got to S-turn before.
Well, I did, but I was hauling ass coming in the water. Was the problem.
Oh, it didn't look like that. Okay. You got this? You good?
Oh. That's what I want to put down there. 5 off.
Yeah, I didn't know where the other ones were.
I can take a picture of mine and throw it around. They're in here.
I mean, I've got one. I want to see them.
Yeah, there's one on the hang on the wall.
Yeah. They're all in there. Are they not?
They are, Jasmine. It's not what I'm looking for. One I've already filled out.
Oh, it's on the.
That's what I need. Take that one to Todd. I'll take a picture of it, and then he can just hang that one up. And I'll just hang that one up, and I'll just throw another one up.
6 for the 9-3, 6 for the 9-3.
6 for the 9-3 confirmed at 35 off, returning 38 purple.
Set my one there. That's not good. Not scanning one.
Yeah.
Why are you skipping mine?
That's how I write. Okay, bye.
Big dog?
Bye.
Hey Jeff, I have Mike's commercial on here. This
Yeah.
Dillinger.
Make sure Seth knows. Well,
They said to bring it on a
5K rules. You gotta get
USB.
through too.
So did he say to give it to somebody who's intelligent who would know what to do?
Oh no, he didn't even run
I thought it was a
35
damn
yet.
miracle. I've got the boot camp up now.
Oh yeah? Yeah, I saw that. It was just like.
Are you watching now?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. So you'll
Yeah.
be my first viewer. Okay. So
So this is the
reviewer,
USB.
number 1 critique.
unfortunately, I don't have, but
Oh, you have one of
I
those.
think I have a. Yeah, 'cause those helpful people at Apple decided that
I know.
we all use the wrong equipment. So
I know that I have a backpack back in my house.
shoot, I need a female, I guess, to get
Yeah.
to flash drive.
I think I brought it. I think I have it in back in the house.
That's the kind of thing, you always have
Yeah.
all this
Yeah.
crap in here, but it's not the one you need. To say.
Yeah, I'll go get it. No worries.
All right, thanks.
To confirm.
Check, testing 1 2 3. Mic check. Check, testing 1 2 3.
Oh. So let me.
Check, testing 1 2 3. Mic check.
Huh. All right.
Check, testing 1 2 3.
Oh. So let me.
Check, testing 1 2 3. Mic check.
Huh. All right.
Check, testing. Okay, we good?
Yeah, I think we're good.
All
You
right.
fixed it. Man.
We have this. Let me try this other mic.
Yeah, try the other one too.
Mic check number 2. Check, testing 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3.
What are you doing? Coming through?
Mic check. Mic testing 1 2 3.
What are you doing?
Wait, my phone's off here, so hold on a sec. I got going on another video.
Well, I'll put mine back on.
Can you turn yours back on if you don't mind?
Check, testing 1 2 3. Check, testing 1 2 3.
Okay, let me just try the boat cam. Okay, try it now.
Check, testing 1 2 3. Checking boat feed. Checking the boat feed. Testing 1 2 3. Checking boat feed. Checking the boat feed. Testing 1 2 3. Checking feed. I think it's a good idea to.
Second mic check. Mic check 1, 2, 3.
Okay, check 456. Check 456. Mic check 789. Mic check 789.
Check testing 1, 2, 3. Here we are.
Just tell me when you want to start.
Right now. Here we are at the beautiful Swiss water ski resort. October 21st, 2024. We're here for West number 8. West is a 55K, meaning 34.2 mile an hour tour that is mostly comprised of men's masters skiers. We call it 55K West. West stands for World Elite Slalom Tour, a name that Mark Shaw and I came up with some texting back and forth. God bless his soul, great dude. He helped me start this whole concept after prior formats fizzled out, and this one has come back with a vengeance. So here we are. We're in the finals now. We're down to. We started out with a bracket of 32 in the head-to-head, and now we've whittled it down to 24. So we're going to get through to the final, to the winner by the end of the day today. And you can see how big a 32-person head-to-head bracket is. It's actually massive. Without looking, try actually developing a 32-person bracket yourself and have it make sense. It's actually pretty challenging. So we've got, I'm here with Jeremy Newby Ritchie, a amazing skier in his own right, was an open skier back in the day, had some great battles with Andy. He hails from the UK.
Morning, Bart.
Thanks for being with us today. So you have the top score going into today. Do I have that right?
That is true. I'm fortunate enough to be in that position. I think you know as well as anybody that the head-to-head format is extremely exciting, and you do see changes right through the the various different brackets. So by no means is there anything as an assured buy through to from one round through to the next. Anything can happen. There's some great skiers here, as I guess you can see on the webcast. The weather's beautiful here at Swiss. Conditions are fantastic. We've got two great boats, two Nautique boats, and I think we're going to have some really interesting skiing here today.
Is it fair to state that whatever you thought was going to happen is not going to happen when it comes to a head-to-head? I mean, there's going to be some guaranteed surprises.
There is. You can you can look at the form book, but it really doesn't buy you. It doesn't buy the end result. There are choices to make for each of the skiers. So anybody who has the top seed gets the choice of either the boat or whether to go first or second. And I guess we can talk about that in more detail as we go forward. But as I say, there's no surety around form book equals progression. None at all. It is one guy against another. And I think that's what really keeps it interesting and keeps people coming back. If you look back at this event, there have been multiple winners from year to year, from event to event, and I think that's what keeps it exciting.
For sure. So getting back to this idea of who goes first and second and which boat. So we have two Nautique boats that we're running today. The drivers in the first, I think, let me see, the first pairings, these first 8 pairings, the drivers are going to be Greg Badal in the red, white, and blue Nautique and Mike Mosley in the powder blue Nautique. And they're going to stay in those boats. So when you say pick the boat, what you're really picking is the boat itself, but also the driver. So that's a choice because that driver is going to stay in that boat. And then the other choice is going first or second. If you go first, the person that goes second until you get to the final actually has to beat you by at least a quarter buoy. They have to get a piece of or get a score that's slightly higher than yours in order to beat you. So if you tie, the first skier advances. So that can, it would think it's an advantage, but with some people it's actually not. I mean, are you familiar with?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're very familiar with this.
Yeah,
right?
look,
the chasers out there.
Yeah, look, we've got two amazing drivers. Both of them, Mike and Greg, know a great deal about slalom skiing and have, been in the boat for many, many hours over years and years and years. And you can be assured, whichever boat you choose, you're going to get a great pull. I think, there's often a little bit of psychology about choosing first or second or boat. You may find that that your opponent perhaps you think likes a particular driver. Maybe they ski with one more than the other, or know one better than the other, and it might be a tactical choice to take that driver rather than give it to the person who's familiar with them.
Exactly. So that's a good point. It's not only what you would prefer. Sometimes the best choice is trying to make your opponent as uncomfortable as possible. So whatever they like, you would, if you had the higher seed, you may pick a boat or a ski order that would put them in as an uncomfortable as position as possible to increase your chances of winning.
That's right. And we've seen that before at previous events, and it really, I guess you could call it gamesmanship. There's a lot of guys here who ski together over the years, and so in many of these brackets you'll see good friends, certainly people who've skied against one another, with one another, and they understand perhaps the psyche of their competitor, and as I say, may make choices as a result.
Yeah. Yesterday we had some legendary smack talk between TC Baker and Chris Clark. I captured a little bit of it, and then I tried to catch Chris Clark after the pairing with TC Baker, and I said, "What were you saying to TC in the water?" He said, "Hey, what does TC stand for? Time to choke." He was messing with him, and it just goes to show that in this format, it is not a tournament. This is a competition. So it is super respectful amongst this group, but some guys like to try to get in the head of their opponent. They'll even go so far as when they drop you in the water and then the next boat comes by after the skier's gone through the course, they'll try to spray you, and they'll say things to you while you're in the water. And this is a competition, much different than just trying to go out there and put up a score. You're actually trying to beat your opponent.
That's right, and that's kind of half the fun. It really is. As I say, there's a good understanding, and most of the folk in the field here know everybody else. They've probably had shared a ski dock somewhere, probably shared dinner with them as well. And like you say, Bart, there's good camaraderie, and I think once the line comes tight, though, it is one guy against another, and there's nobody here who's just happy to participate. I think everybody is looking to do as well as they possibly can and advance in their individual round.
For sure. And so we've got the legendary liquid cut West medals that are cut from a water jet cutter, and they're probably 5 pounds each, it seems like. I don't know, we've made the metal thinner over the years because they're actually getting hard to travel with on the plane.
I can attest to that.
But the medals are very sought after. I've talked to a lot of these skiers, and many of them have won national championships. They've won even some international IWWF events or been on the podium. There's not a skier in this field that doesn't really want a West medal, knowing that unlike age class competition or even the World Championships, if you go to the 35 plus worlds, it's still age division based. This is just 35 and up, and it's the best skiers all grouped together. It's really the 35 to 45, 45 to 55, and then there's 55 to 65. Believe it or not, there's a number of people in this field over the age of 60 that are running 39 in their 60s. So, I mean, this is basically 35 to 65. Every person here is capable, and that does distinguish this format from any other either IWWF event or a national championships, really, because if you go to the MM division at the nationals, you're not getting the likes of you. Or there's another skier here from Sweden, Magnus Johnson.
Yeah.
And there's we've had a number of competitors throughout the years who have even come from other countries. Well, you're also not getting any Canadians in the national championships at the U.S. And, you know, we have Canadians here, guys like Todd Johnson.
Yeah.
So basically, if you want to beat the best of the best and have them all together from age 35 to 65, no matter where you're from, you have to come here and do it here.
You're absolutely right, Bart. You know, I love skiing in the UK. I love skiing in Europe, and you know, unfortunately, really to get a competitive field, I do have to travel to the US, and I love doing that. But you're right. You know, the competition is here. There's some incredibly fit guys. There really are. I'm not, you know, for their sake, I'm, you know, not going to call out anybody's age, but you know, there's some seriously fit guys here. It's, you know, people who've been skiing both for many years, but also people who've come to the sport more recently. And it's great to see, as I say, a broad but highly competitive field.
Well, let's take a look at that field, because as I'm looking at who's up today, we're in the second column of this bracket, because the first column, which was seeds 17 through 32, has been taken care of last night, and we're now down to 24 skiers, which is the second column here. As I look at the very first pairing, we have the Canadian. This is what we were just talking about
Yeah.
being international. We have the Canadian Mike Columbine against Mark Brandt. So that's very interesting. They had similar scores in the preliminary rounds. I think they were both mid to deep 38 off, or as you like to call it, the 11-meter line.
Yeah, 11:25. Don't forget the 25.
Yeah, 11.25.
And I think what's interesting,
Or just
Bart,
11. You got me. Just,
yeah, no, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. We'll split the difference. What was interesting with the way that they both skied was in both rounds they were incredibly consistent. Often you'll find, I don't know, perhaps the time of the day is different. Maybe there's a bit of glare. Perhaps somebody's had too much lunch, or whatever, and you'd expect perhaps, you know, somebody to make a slip up. But they were both super consistent. There was decent grouping with both of their scores, and this particular matchup, it will be very hard to you know, to look at it and say who's going to win. So
yep.
very even.
Well, we do have some wind on the water today, which is going to make it challenging. It's very skiable. It's still beautiful conditions, but it's not without its challenges. This is. We've got wind that's going to pick up around 13, gusting to could be gusting into the 20s, but it's running straight down the lake.
That's right, Bart, and I think it's, you might call it an honest wind at the moment. It is straight down, so there's going to be very little swirl to it. It's going to be predictable. You know, you're going to be able to predict how it feels as you come in the course from both ends. I guess the only concern that you know, the skiers might have is whether there's going to be a gust. Yesterday there were a few gusts, and that was kind of tricky to navigate. But you know, there was a hurricane here a week ago. You know,
it sure doesn't look like it. They did an awesome job cleaning this up, and the water levels are back down to optimal levels. I mean, they did a ton of work. But if you brought someone here and said, hey, there was a really damaging hurricane that came through the Orlando area a week ago, it would be hard to convince somebody of that if you looked around here, because everything looks really beautiful.
It absolutely does. They prepared the site incredibly well. I mean, it's nothing that you wouldn't expect from Swiss. They host, of course, this event, but many others too. A very experienced, Clinton and Valerie Stadelbauer and their sons. So it's nothing that you wouldn't expect, but it's truly impressive that, as I say, a week ago there was a hurricane.
People were hiding under their kitchen tables a week ago,
Yeah.
or having to evacuate. They probably should have evacuated, and now all of a sudden we're here at a ski competition, and everything seems like it's business as usual. Like nothing happened. So it's pretty impressive, actually.
It is. We just got the boats running up and down doing some simulation passes. I think on the dock I can see we've got our first 2 skiers there just getting ready. So I would think we're probably going to be underway fairly shortly.
Let's talk about the next pairing. So ski order 10 down here.
Okay.
After the first pairing, we've got Don Aschenbrenner. Aschenbrenner, the back-to-back national champion.
Is that right?
Yeah, and he actually won a West event, and I want to say it was the last time we were in Tallahassee
Mm-hmm.
on a ski that I sold him. So you can imagine my feeling about both price and whether or not the sale should have taken place to begin with.
Well,
Both of them were filled, I would say, wrought with regret.
yeah, I can understand that.
I sold him a good 9970 that was one of the very first ones that had been built by Dave Good.
Right.
The holes for the inserts were off by they didn't even know where the boots were going to go. I mean, this was really in the beginning of the Carbon Core 9970.
Right.
It was a 67, which for me at 185 pounds was just a little bit too small for me. But for Don, it was perfect. I said, Don, I've got a ski for you. You're gonna love this ski. And little did I know that he was gonna have such success on it. So Don Aschenbrenner, super capable.
Yes. He had a mixed day yesterday, didn't he?
He did. He was.
I'll give you the
there's
scores.
a theory behind this. There's a theory. I don't know. I'm not gonna say who the theory came from.
Okay.
Don loves his dog. He has a dog that and his dog's been kenneled for the very first time. A little inside, because he had to travel here. So the theory is that he is distracted with the idea that his beloved dog's in the kennel. But Don showed me that while he has video, he can see the dog's playing, he's happy. Don't worry about it, live video. And I thought, well, that's awesome. He has a strong bond. But is it a distraction? I don't know. Was that what did it yesterday? I don't know.
I don't know. I couldn't speak to that. Look, Don did manage one at 10.75. He did it in the first round. In the second round, he only managed half at 10.75.
Here we go. We're live. We've got Mike Columbine coming out at 32 off the line in the tailwind off the dock. He's behind the red, white, and blue boat being driven by Greg Badal.
Looking good. So his 2 scores yesterday were 4 and 4.5 at 11. 4.5 at 11 in the first round and 4 in the second round. So as I say, super consistent, and I know that he's going to be hoping for a full pass at 11, isn't he, Bart?
Well, for sure, because if you can get through the 38 tail, because you're coming off the dock starting at 32 or the 13-meter line, then you're coming back towards us at 35, and then you've got the 38 or the 11-meter tailwind. You do that work, now you've got the headwind 39, and maybe you get a reward there with a little bit of help from the headwind. So yeah, getting through the 38 tail would be a huge advantage for a skier. We're still into our 4th round for these skiers, so these are still record scores. So you can do 4 rounds of record in a weekend. And so these are, if the skier wins, they can still elect to continue to ski to try to put up a score
Yeah.
for the world rank list and for their own feel of the water and personal accomplishment. So we've got Columbine came out 32 off, and what's happening is they have a radio on the other end, and when it's a 50-second wait time, when they hear the first beep in the boat, the second beep in the boat, they're radioing that back to the boat here, and they're telling the boat when they have to go. Little technical snafu. Apparently the handle didn't reach the skier when they were trying to throw it to him, and it sank, couldn't get to it. So we got a little delay, but not the skier's fault, so no worries there. They do have to start at the same line length in this round and the next, until we get to the Elite 8, we're starting at 32 off or the 13-meter line. When we get to the Elite 8, they have to start at 35 off. That's the start length through the final, except for the third place finish where they'll, third place runoff where they'll start at 38 off.
Okay, here comes Mark into the course. He ran 4 and 3.5 at 11 yesterday. Nice
Interesting gait. He sort of has a little bit of a old, it's a hybrid. It's sort of an old school West Coast start combined with kind of some new gait philosophies.
He's looking
He
nice
pulls out very late.
nice and patient out of the turn, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the messaging there, and Mark has run 39 in a record within the last couple years, so he's super capable. If you look at his gait, it's a lot different than Mike's, and maybe the messaging there is, you know, whatever works for you, that's what you got to go with.
You're right. There's lots of different styles, and certainly, you know, personally, I was amazed to see this week Adam Caldwell, who was skiing here in a warm-up tournament, who has a completely different approach to gates, doesn't he?
He does. He's first of all, I'll say that he is an incredible skier. I mean, I've seen him from the boat, from the shore, and if you took somebody water skiing for the very first time and the first person they ever watched ski was Adam Caldwell, they would say, well, this is impossible. I could never do this.
All right, hold that thought. We've got a boat coming back in from the far end.
Okay, here we got coming back 35 off, Mike Columbine.
Looking good.
Line's tight. Looking good. Tip came up a little bit at 4 there.
It
Ooh,
did.
Little slack line at 5, but no problem.
Managed
Out the
it
gates.
well.
No problem.
He just ended up coming a little short into his 135 side. I saw it at, well, 1 was okay, but then 3 and then 5 even shorter. He almost fell to the inside, but he managed it well in the end.
I think what's happening is we have enough of a wind where if you're not accounting for it, you will not carry out as much as you thought you were going to. And your brain is telling you, well, I've generated this much speed, and so you're kind of naturally automatically transitioning, but the wind is actually changing the calculus.
Yeah.
So that, I think there's a little bit of that. He's probably saying, man, I need to stay on the connection a little longer into this headwind to make sure that I'm not going to release the pressure and end up coming up short.
Okay, so that's the second beep on the timer. So we will have the boat coming back in, as you can see.
We've got Mark Brandt, 35 off. Here we go.
Nice.
Looking good. He is a handle dunker when the line gets short. So we'll look forward to maybe seeing that.
Great. So our first pairing, we are going to see that 38 off battle, aren't we? It's going to be tailwind. It's going to be challenging for both of these two skiers. as we said before, there was very little between them, very little. Both midway down, mid towards the end of the pass. So I'm sure that tailwind they're going to be wanting to get an easy start, not put too much pressure on the ski around 2 ball, and then kind of see what happens from there, Bart.
Yeah. Well, this is most likely where this pairing is going to be decided in this tailwind. And so Columbine going first, being the higher seed, my guess is that he chose to go first rather than picking boat, but I really don't know. But I'm guessing that's what he decided. He's coming out now, 38 tail, Greg Badal driving the red, white, and blue
So,
Nautique.
and he's left foot forward, so 2 ball's going to be crucial here for him. Let's see how he goes. Solid 1.
Oh, tip came up, and that is all she wrote. So 2 at 11, 2 at 38 off. So now Mark Brandt knows that he has to get a piece of 3 ball at 38 off in order to advance.
And even
Thoughts?
a quarter will do, Bart, won't it?
Yes, a quarter buoy usually results in an explosion of water, equipment maybe no longer being with the skier,
And lots of deliberation, usually.
a delay, arms waving, are you
Yeah.
okay, things like that. Because a quarter
Yeah.
buoy, what that really means is that you got out around the buoy, but you didn't even turn back in
Correct.
really at all.
You're still going outbound.
You're still going outbound, and usually that means you're on your side or
Yeah.
whatever. You throw it out there. Let's
Yeah,
just say
absolutely.
You throw the ski out there and you hope for the best when you're getting a quarter. I'm hoping he just
All right, here we come.
is clean and gets around 3 cleanly. And my guess is he's going to try to run it, though. I don't think he's going to pull up. I think he'll try to run it.
All right, so we've got a great match here. Another lefty. So 2 ball is going to be really crucial here.
Nice slow pull out, but late pull out because of his style gate.
Good.
No loose line. Okay, uh-oh. I don't think he got around it, did
I
he?
don't know. I couldn't tell whether it was a celebratory arm movement or whether
Let's
it
wait
was
for the official
frustration.
So he does not advance.
If it's higher, that's
He does not advance. So the reason why he doesn't advance is because he went second and had to beat Mike Columbine, who had the same score.
Yeah,
of 2.
I mean, coming back to the earlier point, that's a classic example of being top seed and making what turned out to be the right choice.
Yes.
He, I dare say, was looking at the conditions thinking, look, 2 ball's going to be difficult for me. We're probably both going to run the 35. Going back in, if I can get, if it's really bad, if I get, a safe 2, it really puts pressure on Mark to go higher. So, yeah.
So you pointed out, I think, the key technical aspect of the matchup here with these skiers is that they were both lefties, and you pointed out that 2 ball, the way they turned it and how they came out of it was going to end up being the key to who got to advance. What do you think? What do you think the key is for a lefty? You're a lefty, meaning left foot forward skier.
Yeah.
What do you think the key is to coming out of your offside turn? So that would be your 2-4-6 turn for a lefty. What's the key of coming out of that offside turn with good angle direction, with the tip down, moving through? How do you do that?
Well, I think for me, you've got to play it back. Slalom skiing, usually the error is further back than you think. I think specific to lefties, your gate often mirrors, or rather 2 ball mirrors what happens at the gate. So
The turn in for the gates or the gate itself?
with the whole kind of thing.
Okay.
The whole kind of thing. So if you get a good gate, chances are you're going to get a better 2 ball. I think how you come out of your ski rotation to load ratio, without wishing to get overly technical, certainly I'm a big believer in you want as much rotation on your ski compared to the amount of load you have. Load is fine, but you've got to have more rotation. And in a tailwind, it's very easy, when you turn one ball to, get stuck in because, the rope.
Ski wants to go down the lake.
It does. The wind is pushing you down the lake, and it takes longer to come around. So it's easier to get moving with load, harder to get moving with rotation. So
Takes
and
a
I think
lot of courage to be patient with the rotation
Absolutely
in the tail,
right.
doesn't it?
absolutely. So who have we got here?
We got a
Bart?
second matchup. We're now with Jeff Nate and Don Aschenbrenner. Aschenbrenner decided to go second, it sounds like, as he was the higher seed. Jeff Nate coming out 32 off. Looking good so far. Ooh, little delay there out of 2.
So I don't know why Dom would have made that call. Maybe he preferred one of the boats.
It seems to me that he decided to pick the boat because he was the higher seed, and so he clearly picked the boat, and then Jeff Nate decided, well, I'm going to go first then.
Yeah, I think. Well, that's
what I'm surmising.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout. He actually skied better behind the white boat yesterday. I'm looking back at the results, so maybe he has a particular affinity to. I'm not sure who's driving this one. To Greg.
Greg Badal is driving
Yep.
the red, white, and blue boat. We got Don Aschenbrenner, the back-to-back men's 4 national champion. It's only been done 3 times in a row national champ in men's 3, 4, and 5. It's only been done a couple times amongst all skiers, so it's really impressive.
Here he comes. So first pass, 32 off for Don Aschenbrenner. So left foot forward versus his competitor who's right foot forward. Let's see how
Really
he
nice
fares.
skate there. No worries, line razor tight.
Yeah, very gentle. See how he's waiting for the ski to fully rotate before he applies any load.
Aschenbrenner, the joke amongst our friends is that he's a 145-pound guy with a 200-pound back. He looks, he's a thin guy with the back of an NFL linebacker.
Yeah, I mean he's clearly very strong, and his results don't lie. You're never going to count him out in a competition.
No, and I
such
know
as this.
he's got to be actually very disappointed with only a 1 buoy count at 39 off, or the
Well, that's right.
10.75.
You could advance
So-
that a whole pass, couldn't you?
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily. He's I know he's going to be he's going to be coming out. That might have been the best thing that happened to him yesterday, because he's coming out with a vengeance today.
Yep.
Not probably great that happened to Don yesterday for Jeff Nate, because now he's got someone that's very fired up and motivated in Don Aschenbrenner.
Well, we'll have to see.
But we'll see.
The boat's
Jeff
just taken
Nate,
off.
a former pro hockey player. The only person in the field here that's actually been in a hockey fight.
Just the one.
Many hockey fights. I'm not going to say he was
Nice
a
and wide at
goon,
one.
but he was a tough guy.
He's got great width. Great
Oh
width.
boy. He is really very wide of the buoy. Almost had his whole head around the buoy in a couple of those.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting to compare the width that he had with the 2 guys before.
Yeah.
Clearly his style is that he likes a lot of outbound direction and to turn ahead of the buoy, and it certainly looked pretty good there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also a testament to his strength in the headwind, because it didn't seem to be affecting him at all in terms of his ability to create width.
No, not at all.
Yeah, so Jeff Nate, former pro hockey player, he's got some great hockey stories. If anybody ever sees him on a site, just go up to him and say, "Hey, how you doing?" Introduce yourself and say, "Bart told me to tell you his favorite fight story in hockey." I will save it for for when you meet Jeff on a site somewhere and he can tell you.
All right,
pretty
here
funny.
comes the boat. So we've got Jeff Nate coming in. 35 off, 12 meters.
No, we got Aschenbrenner. Red,
Oh,
white, and
sorry,
blue
yeah,
boat,
of course.
Aschenbrenner, Badal driving the boat. He's on a good 99.70. Jeff Nate, by the way, I should say he's on a D3. Aschenbrenner making very easy work of that 35 off.
He did, but what was interesting, Bart, I don't know
Barely
if
got around one.
I don't know if you could see that. There was a marked difference between
see that?
the width that they both had. I mean, we could see it best from this vantage point on 135.
Well, here's my question. Is that a confidence thing where he knows exactly what he needs and he's, not pulling any longer than necessary? Or do you think he's actually being held up by the wind?
I just think it's a style difference.
But less margin for sure, right?
Well,
Less margin for error?
yeah, I mean, I think Don is on a traditional skier, 9970. Is that right? Yeah, and I would have expected that. I guess if you'd have said to be the other way around, but look, it was working for him, and I don't think there's any such thing as a bad pass when you get all six boys.
Right.
So
No, they both did it really well. But
yeah,
they
they
were very
did.
different.
Yeah, absolutely right. It was.
Well, here we are,
interesting to
second
see.
beep. We got Jeff
we go.
Nate coming in, Mike Mosley driving the powder blue Nautique, 38 off in the tail, significant tailwind. Nice, slow, gradual pull off. Similar gait to Mark Brandt. Ooh, decent one, but gets held up a little bit. The tip. Oh boy, and out the front. Wow. Out the front.
Yeah.
Is he okay? I think he's okay.
Yeah, we're hearing 1.5, I think, from the judges.
Well, you have to be under the power of the boat in skiing position at the first boat guide. And so
Okay.
that's probably where the judges made their call and said, well, it's hard to tell. I mean, he went into the triple Lindy front flip. I don't know if that was right before the boat guide. Was he under the power? Was he in skiing position?
Was that an ice hockey move?
Well, I don't know. On ice, that would not have went well.
No.
But thankfully, it was melted ice, water.
Absolutely. So we're just waiting the final few seconds for Don to come back into the course. And what's going to be going through Don's mind is I just need to get a safe two. I don't think he's going to be looking at a show boat or any of.
Some people can't pull up like that. They just have to keep going. So let's see how Don does. Pretty good gait. Nice one. Looking good. Turns two. He actually wants to keep going. Well, he gets a 3. He only needed a full 2. He advances. Don Aschenbrenner advances over Jeff Nate. We're now into the Casey Contos, Kevin Head. Now we're up to another Canadian. We got the Indiana guy, Casey Contos, won men's Masters national championship a couple years ago against Kevin Head, the new up-and-coming Canadian. Kevin said something very interesting to me because it made me question maybe his perspective on his own physical capabilities, because I said, we were talking about this, that, and the other, and he said, being 6'7", that's how tall he is.
That's pretty tall.
He said, is not an advantage to him in water skiing.
Okay.
And I thought, the next thing you know, he was going to tell me that he could fly or something like that. I wasn't sure what was coming next, but I called everything into question after he said. But what he meant by that, in fairness to him, was when you have a center of mass that's so much higher, it's harder to turn.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, look, we've seen over the
I
years.
was joking with him, but that is what the messaging that he was trying
We've
to
seen
convey.
some fantastic, tall athletes, people like Chris Parrish, but by the same token, some amazing, much shorter guys, Terry Winter, Dane Meckler, and others. I don't think there's a height for slalom skiing. There really isn't.
I think you're right, and this is what
And
I'm
no
getting
offense
at.
to anybody that I mentioned, by the way.
So this is what I'm getting at. Casey Contos, I mean, maybe he's 5'9". I mean, so Kevin Head is maybe a full foot taller than Casey Contos.
Wow.
Casey Contos on the Radar Vapor Pro build.
And let me give you. So who's first? This is Casey, I believe.
Casey is the
Okay.
higher seed,
Yeah. And he comes 32 off.
32 off.
So his scores yesterday were 2 at 10.75 in the first round and 4 1/4 at 11 in the second round.
That
And
was
he
a great 1, 2, 3. I mean, the line is tight, the tip is down, he's moving through with a lot of confidence. You can kind of tell, I think, when somebody's nervous because they get a little stiff and the tip comes up, and they're also really not skiing with a full reach at the buoy. They don't want to let the ski get out from underneath them.
Yep,
They don't
absolutely.
want to let their arm get away from them in the reach because they're guarded. You can tell when somebody's like has some anxiety in their legs, right?
yeah, absolutely. And I didn't see that on that pass. I thought he was
Not at all.
relaxed. And
Super confident.
particularly, he's been sick. This when he arrived at the tournament, he was like, "Don't come near me. I don't feel well," and he had to go to the
I was going
pharmacy.
fist
and
bump only with him.
and look, it's.
And I actually, there was a point where he started describing what he was going through.
Yeah, it's not. This is a
and
family show.
Well, I actually went upwind of him.
Right.
I'm not even exaggerating. That's
see.
true.
Yeah.
I stepped back and went upwind a little bit so I could hear it out but not be downwind of it.
All right. On that note, we've got Kevin coming
Head,
in.
6'7", hailing from the, I think, Vancouver, Canada area.
And he was super consistent yesterday. He did 2.5 at 11 both rounds, exactly the same. I'm sure that that's not a score that he will have, been particularly necessarily happy about. He would have wanted more, of course. Everybody does, but super consistent.
He skied pretty well at the 35 plus World Championships in Spain just a couple weeks ago, and I remember him being at the Pan Am Games in last September of 23. So he's super capable, and he's a guy that didn't start really skiing in the course until in I think literally maybe 30 or something like that. He's not been in the sport very long, but he's very fit and he's committed to progressing, and it shows every time I see Kevin, at these events, which are a couple times a year. His buoy count average is usually a couple buoys higher every time I see him, so I feel like he's on a trajectory that he's aiming for the moon.
Yeah, well, good for him. Good for him.
So Casey Contos coming back, the red, white, and blue boat being driven by Greg Badal, pulling out at 35 off.
Nice gate turn. He's got his rhythm.
I mean, the tip is down, he's moving through. No worries. Never a doubt.
Yeah, that was a nice pass part, wasn't it? For me,
Really
he
good.
just he looked like he had solid rhythm from pretty early on in the pass, and when it goes like that, really all you get the opportunity to stand still on the ski and let the boat do all of the work and just squirt you from side to side, as it were.
Yeah. I mean, Casey, I really like how balanced he is on the ski. He's really not too far forward, too far back. He's got a great technique, and it shows in his course. I mean,
Yeah.
the guy. I've watched him run 39 in a record tournament. He's an incredible skier. That was first beep, and they're calling it down to the other end of the lake with radios. Second beep, and then right away at second beep, the boat's got to go.
Exactly. Here it comes, coming into the course. It's looking good at one. Nice. That's a great pass.
It's a big guy, and he was using all of his height and reach advantage very well on that pass.
I think that was probably the best 232s that we've seen together. I think they were both really, really solid. They were just, able to turn, wait for the line, and let the boat, swing them from one side of the course over to the other. So, two good passes. We're going to have an interesting run down the lake here at 11 meters.
I would say for most of these matchups today, the tail 38 is going to decide the winner, because it's enough wind to where if you're not skiing with a lot of courage and really patient and loading at the right time, you're going to miss, especially with a lot of nerves in your legs. You're going to have to ski with a lot of confidence to be running this 38 tail, because when you get to 4, 5, 6 on the other end, it's very windy. So
yeah, here we go.
it's going to take some good skiing. Here we go, Casey Contos.
He's going to be wanting to run this, isn't he, Bart?
I think he is going to run it. Right next to the right-hand gate ball, he puts his hand in the water, and he's back in it.
Excellent.
Come on, Casey.
Whoa,
the
he's
tip
on the
comes
top.
up at 4, but he's still in it. The hand goes in
come
the water
on.
again.
Yeah, he's got it.
And he gets out the gates at 38 off with the handle going in the water twice and the tip coming up.
I think that's what we're going to see. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, Bart. You kind of need to buy yourself some time on 1 and 2 in this tailwind, because you're going to need it at 4 and 5, aren't you?
Ooh, big time. You're going to need it at 4, 5, and 6, actually, because on that end, it's a lot windier than on this end. And so, timeout. He can continue, but we have to see first if Kevin Head can run the 38 tail. He hasn't done it yet.
This weekend, no. He was, as I mentioned, incredibly consistent, 2.5. So let's see what he can what he can get here. So he's left foot forward. 2 balls going to be critical for him here.
It's on a D3 ion.
Nice and wide. Good one.
Oh boy.
Oh,
And that is all she wrote.
looks like he got the 3.
3 at 38, and Casey Contos advances. Well, with that being said, I have to start getting ready because I'm up in a couple groups.
Yep.
And we just got through the 11th order. I am ski order 15. So I'm going to start getting stretched out, getting ready. You, on the other hand, since you had one of the top 8 scores, you had got basically 2 buys through this 32 man bracket, because your score with a half at 41 off or the 10.25 meter line put you as the number 1 seed. Now, you probably wouldn't mention this, but I will. You are coming off a fresh win in the last West event at Little Mountain. That was West 7. To my knowledge, that's your first win out of the 8 West events we've had so far. Is that right? Is that your first win?
It is, Bart. Yeah, and it felt great to do that. It was the first time also I'd been to North Carolina, which was a beautiful state. Lovely to see it. Yeah, it was great to win. I haven't, unfortunately, been able to attend all of the West events.
Well, you're coming a long way.
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah.
You're
but,
traveling much further than anyone else.
Well, look, Mark
Although I
Menashe-
don't know. If you go from Vancouver to Orlando,
Mark's coming from Arizona as well.
I'm going to say that London Heathrow to Orlando is further, but not by much.
Well, that's right. I'm very fortunate that London is very well connected with direct flights, so you know that part of things is easier for me. But
so your matchup, we already know, is going to be against Mike Columbine. We should probably write the names in there at some point so that people know. So we got the next matchup now, and then I'm going to take off is Dillinger and Herzog behind the red. We got Dillinger as the higher seed against Mike Herzog coming up. And so with that, I'm going to sign off. Jeremy, I know Seth is on his way. He'll take over for you, so you have plenty of time to get ready. But if not, your ski order 17.
Perfect. Okay, well, I'll try not to miss that.
Don't miss that.
Thanks, Bart. Appreciate it. Okay. Next, I'll just review the scores from yesterday and try and tell you who did what. So, Mike Herzog, I do apologize. Mike Herzog did 2 at 11 in the first round and 1.5 at 12 in the second round. And he is going to be against Mike Dillinger. Mike Dillinger had a good day. Yesterday, he ran 2 at 10.75 in the first round, which he was extremely pleased about, and rightly so. In the second round, he managed 4 at 11. So he's coming in. I can hear them saying that the first beep has gone off in the boat, and there'll be a few more seconds, and then he will be coming down the lake. Here he is. So, first pass, 32 off, 13 meters. He's riding a LaPointe ski. And he is also left foot forward. Easy turn at 1. And I think he's got this under control. Nice and smooth all the way down. So both of our skiers threw their first pass at 13 meters, and they'll now be coming back. Mike will be coming back at 12. He'll be looking, of course, for that full pass, and and then hopefully we'll end up with a proper matchup at 11. And of course, both of them will be looking to go through. Mike will have been top seed, and he will have chosen, I'm guessing, boat. I would have thought he's probably chosen that rather than to go second, but you can never tell. Maybe he's saying I'll go second because I might have to go second later, or perhaps I want to ski a little bit more behind that particular boat. Because I might have it in the next round. There's a multitude of reasons, and in comes Mike. So he's out for his gate, nice and wide. Good one. Looking solid here. Little deep at 3, but an easy pass. And I think he's going to be pretty happy with that. He had his rhythm all the way down the lake, and you know, he looked good. He looked good. My glamorous assistant is adding in the names here, so you know, thank you for doing that. So we'll now have Mike Dillinger coming back in in a few more seconds. And actually, it looks like the wind has just dropped off a little at the moment. You know, it has been up and down. I guess it's some disturbed weather following the hurricane, but yeah, it certainly is pretty good just now. There's the first beat from the boat. Then the second beep, so we will now any minute see the nose of the boat come round come round the corner. Nice steady pull out to the left, and a good one. I'd say he's in rhythm now. Looking good. Just needs to keep it tight. And a successful pass at 12 meters. And he's having fun. A little wave to the camera as he went past. And Mike has skied nearly all, if not all, of these events. He's you know, supported the event in a number of different ways. So certainly wish him well on this next pass. But first, of course, we're going to see Mike Herzog come back at 11 meters. And I can hear right from this point on the viewing platform that there's some dialogue going on between the two skiers here. I'm not exactly sure what's being said, or if indeed it's of broadcast quality, but or content, should I say? But here we are. Right. Okay. Mike is away. He's just getting set, and he's going to be pulling out for the gate. Left foot forward. He's riding a good, I'm not sure which one, and he turns into the gate. Nice controlled gate, solid one. Yeah, he's okay. I think he might. I don't know. I don't know whether he got round 3 there. If he did, he will only have been scored 2.5, or it may in fact be a score of 2 if he didn't get his ski around the buoy. So Mike is, you know, he's just going to be thinking about not putting too much pressure on the ski through the gates, getting a solid turn round number 1 with enough space to be able to get something out of 2 ball and get his ski around number 3. You know, as I said, he managed to run into 10.75 in the earlier rounds, but most people in his position, I think, would really be looking to guarantee the win. There is always that chance if you come into the course looking to make the complete pass that you know, something happens, you hit a little bobble, or you know, it doesn't go quite to plan, and you end up you know, aiming for the world and you know, falling short. So he'll be looking to guarantee, I'm sure, that 3 buoys, assuming that's what was required here. So he's out to the gates. Another left foot forward skier is turning in. Good one. Oh! Wow! 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 So that is either if he got.
That's a ball of spray.
Yeah, that is a ball of spray. I think. You know, you could say, I mean, from here it was hard to decide whether it was a quarter or a half. I would have probably gone with half, which is I think what the judges have. He obviously did get his ski just around the buoy, which means he advances. So, you know, as I was saying, it's difficult. I'm sure he would have wanted to run the whole pass, but this just, you know, the risk-reward ratio of putting pressure through your ski to try and run the pass when all that's needed is some part of 3 is just not there. So that's why he's conservatively turned 1 and 2. So both the boats are coming back now, and they will be getting ready for our next 2 pairings. So that will be ski order 13. So Greg Sund and T. Baker. I'll just look up some scores here for you. So Tim Baker, he managed super consistent, so he managed 3.5 at 11 in both rounds, and both rounds we used, or rather in each round we used the one of each of the 2 boats here, so all of the skiers have skied behind both of the boats.
11, what is that in proper units?
I'm being teased here for my my European metrics here. Yeah, 11 is 38 off, so yeah. Good. So that is Tim and Greg, codename Chopper. I won't tell you why. His best score. Let's have a look here. I'm looking for that. Okay. So he ran again, amazingly consistent. So he ran 1 at 10.75 and then 1.5. So he's proven that he is capable of running the 38 off 11 meter line in the tailwind. He did it, as I say, twice yesterday, and he'll be looking to do that again. He will be top seed and he will have the choice. So let's see what choice he has made. I can see a boat moving away. I can't tell who's behind it. It looks like he's chosen to go first, so this will be Greg coming off the dock now. Here he comes behind the white and blue boat, riding a good, and he's right foot forward, 32 off, nice and controlled. A little bit on the back there out of 2. And safely out of the gates. So he's been credited with 6, so that's a full pass. And Tim will now be coming down the lake at again similarly 32 off or 13 meters.
Do you want to talk a little bit about speed control?
Yeah.
People that are not, totally familiar with skiing.
Of course. So the winner of this matchup will go on to, I don't know if everybody can see that, but we'll go on to ski against Darren Montgomery. The boat for everybody will be coming into the course at 55 kilometers an hour. That's roughly 34 miles an hour. 55 kilometers per hour. That's 34 miles an hour. And here he comes into the course. Right. Skiing on a Denali, left foot forward. And turning in for the gates. Lovely one. Tight line right the way through. Looking good. This is a very, very controlled, very safe pass. Excellent. Yeah, so as I was saying, there's speed control on the boat. So and years ago, when many people in this event, certainly myself, started skiing, we used to have manual driving. So literally a throttle that you'd set coming with a lever, you'd set coming into the course, and you'd adjust where necessary throughout the pass. Yeah, and ultimately whether or not the speed was judged to be correct would be done by timing the boat from the entrance gates to the exit gates. There'd be a tolerance of timings that would be allowed or disallowed. And what we've seen is several iterations of speed control, and the boats will be completely fitted with that zero off system. So the driver will punch in the required speed. The skier will have a choice of response types that they can choose, and then they're away. So in comes Greg, 35 off, 12 meters. He's out for his gate, turns in a solid 1. Okay, should find his rhythm here. I think this is a better pass than his first one. He's got tight line. Yeah, and this is straightforward for him. Yeah, and the speed control runs actually by GPS. So the tolerance that there now is in terms of speed is absolutely negligible. So everybody is absolutely going at an identical speed behind the boat. The rope is, of course, measured, and the only piece of equipment other than obviously ski, of course, and what the skier is wearing that they can provide is the actual handle. That again is measured, and the line, the ropes that are being used will also be measured pre and post the event to ensure that every single shortening is within the required tolerance. So I hear some beeps. I'm sure we'll have boat coming back in here with Tim. He's going to be looking for the full pass. Nice headwind. He looked good coming down in the tailwind. He's out nice and wide. Let's see how he does. Turns in. Round 1. 2. He's looking good. Nice. Ooh. Nice and controlled, but he did get deep at 5. He did get deep at 5. But credit to him, he held it. He held it. He's obviously had shredded wheat. You have shredded wheat as a cereal here, yeah? Yeah, they used to run a campaign certainly in the UK where they'd say that have you had your shredded wheat in the morning, and I think he certainly had. The load on the line out of 5 would have been significant, and he did well to hold that. Right, so Greg will be coming back 11 meters. As I say, he's going first, so it'll be interesting, to know what he's thinking. Is he saying to himself, okay, well, I need to get more than halfway down? Do I need to run it? I'm not so sure. In he comes. Right foot forward, out to the gates, out to the left, and he's going to turn in. Reasonable start. Good 2. Good 3. Okay, this pass is runnable. I shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't have said that. You see, I gave it the kiss of death. I did. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting some stick now. I thought he had enough there, enough spare capacity to just get himself around 6. Will it matter? Well, we're going to have to see. The wind has just come up for a second, and I think that's probably what made it, a hair harder for Greg. But maybe that will be enough. It's quite reasonable that is enough. Tim's got no choice but to think about clearing the whole pass here. All right, so final few seconds, and then the boat will take off. Yeah, I think he's certainly going to be. There's going to be some intense thought right now. He's knowing that he's got to get his ski around 6 ball essentially. Here we go, left foot forward, nice pull out for the gate. He looks good, turns in. Not a bad one, gets pulled a little bit open. Yeah, I think the wind just pushed him. Valiant effort, but you know, not enough in this on that particular occasion. So that was ski order 13. Ski order 14 now is Todd Risticelli and Jeff Kepcher. So I can see them both. Well, Todd's on the dock and Jeff is just walking down to it. So we've got both of the boats at the far end of the lake. In fact, one of them is coming back now.
Todd Risticelli will go out first behind the red boat. Todd Risticelli out first behind Greg in the red boat.
Okay, let me give you some. Let me give you some scores here that they did yesterday. So Todd did 3 at 11 in the first round and 1 at 10.75 in the second round. You know, Todd is he's a fantastic guy. I've known him for many years. He has had some fantastic performances. He won the Big Dog a few years back, and always comes to these events and just we're getting some heckling here on the viewing platform from Greg. Well done, Greg.
You know what? I was going around Forbury and there was so much chatter. I was undecided on slamming it or, you know, I went halfway to 4, so and then I didn't want to bank 5.
I'm not sure if anybody can hear, but certainly there's plenty of chatter coming from Greg. Look, he skied very well. He went for the whole pass at 11:38 off and very nearly got it. So that's a high score so far of the morning, and you know, he's safely through to the next round where he will. Who will he meet? He will meet Darren Montgomery. So. Yeah, so let's go back. That was Todd, who we think is coming in right about now. Yeah, as I say, previous Big Dog winner. He ran 3 at 11 and then 1 at 10.75 in the second round. And if I can get the scores for Jeff. And Jeff ran 4 at 11 and 3 at 11. So, you know, it's fair to say, I think we're probably going to be mid to end of 11 if they both ski to form. Let's see how they get on. So here comes Todd, left foot forward skier. Let's see, he's riding a Denali as well. Very fit guy, very fit guy. His fitness is his profession, and he's got really nice style. He's just waiting for the ski, maintaining his speed all the way down the pass. Looking good. So I'm here with Greg Sund. Greg, look, you were just out there, and you've got the highest score so far of the morning. How did it feel?
It felt great. Little nerves going 32 off going downwind. I stayed in it, and then got on my game a little bit better at 12 coming back, and then 38 was really rough. It was blowing. Really choppy around 3, choppy around 4. I didn't hit 4 as hard as I should have to run it, but I thought 5 would be good enough, so I sort of backed down out of 5. I didn't want to get 4.5.
And so. Did you hear me while you were out there when I said, oh yeah, he's going to run this?
Oh, thanks a lot. Oh, he got this.
Right, listen, I'm going to come back to you in a second. We've got Jeff coming in here, first pass on his Denali. He looks good out to the left and turning in for the gates. 32 off 13 meters. So, yeah, look, he again is managing his speed. He looks good. Turning for 5, and he'll go out through the exit gates. Excellent. Yeah, so, yeah, just as you were going down at 11, you were looking good. I thought you had enough sort of in the tank when you came, you know, into 5, I think it was, and I was like, oh, yeah, he's got this. But, yeah, I wondered if you heard me.
Yeah, no, well, I should have. But anyway, it was borderline. I could have really slammed 5 and probably ran it or fell and gotten 4.5, but I thought 5 was going to withstand it because my competitor and the preliminaries was 3.5 at 38 twice.
Yeah.
So I sort of measured that up a little bit, and the wind was really strong, so I felt good about that.
And tell us, why did you choose, presumably you chose to go first rather than second rather than boat. What went through your mind with regards to the choices?
Well, the first couple skiers, the skier that goes first, the second skier has to beat that score. So if I got 2 at 38, and he would have to get a piece of 3 to overtake me. If he got 2 and tied, I would advance. So
that was your thing.
Yeah, that was my strategy.
Okay. So look, here we got Todd coming back in. He's now at 35 off 12 meters. Solid number 1. He's waiting for 2. Very stylish skier. Coming into 5. Here we go. And round 6, waiting for 6 and out through the exit gates. Textbook. And he sticks his tongue out on the way past. A true performer. So, okay, so you're now going to be against Darren Montgomery. So, do you know Darren well? How?
Yes, I know Darren very well. I ski with him down in West Palm Beach, Ski Club of Palm Beach, and really nice gentleman. If I ask him to go skiing with him, he'll pull me anytime, and it's a sport where you need a partner. You need a driver, you need a boat, you need a ski course. So it's all about helping each other out, and again, you have to be in really good shape, perseverance, and patience. This sport requires so much patience, not so much strength. It does help though when you get out of position, and Jeremy never gets out of position. So.
That's not true. That's not true.
But you made it look really smooth yesterday, running that 39, and that's great. And I was going to say hi to my family. I told them to get up early and watch. So, hi guys.
So tell us, that camaraderie, that sort of friendship, that means you're going to let Darren win in the next round, doesn't it?
Oh, well, we'll get back to that.
Yeah, okay. Right, here we go. So he's coming in. He looks good at 4, round 5. Come on, Jeff. And out through the exit gates. That's good for him. Great to see another matchup into 11:25, 38 off. Yeah, so look, I'm kidding, Greg. You know, but I'm guessing that camaraderie, that friendship, you know, it has its place when, you know, the water hits your ski. You're going to be right there fighting for the win, aren't you?
Well, that's right. Today is game day, and practice, friends are friends, but you always want to take down your friend in competition. You know, and go shake his hand and say thank you. He's won, I've won. And it's all about having fun and staying healthy, athlete, eating well, and I love it. It's we'll see how many more years I can keep up with this.
Yeah.
So, but thanks again, guys.
Well, look, you did very, very well. You advanced through. Best of luck in the next matchup with Darren. I think it'll be thrilling, and hopefully you can both put a good show on for us.
Excellent. And again, thanks to all our sponsors.
Okay, here we go. Right, Todd's coming in. He's coming in at 38 off, 11 meters, tailwind. Okay, solid turn in for the gate. Controlled one. Oh. Not what he was after, but you never know. You never know. Yes. Yeah, so I think that you raise a good point there. Our sponsors for this event, so they are Good Skis, and you've done some very effective product placement there, Greg. So well done with that. H2O Sports ProShop, sorry, .com, who. Yeah, so they have just about everything that you need for water skiing in one place, and support this event. And certainly, we hope that everybody will go ahead and support them and S-Line ropes. So, which is what we're using today. We're going to be using in certainly all of the events next year. So, yeah, thank you to them, as you say.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks to all the judges and Dillinger Insurance also.
Yes, of course.
Here, if you need good insurance.
That's right, and I think we're going to actually hand over the mic. We've got the dream team. We've got the dream team coming in here.
We're coming in for action.
That's it. So look, I'm gonna hand over to one of our other winners, Mike Dillinger. Well done, you made it through to the next round.
No, I tied him.
Oh no, I do apologise. So you've got mic duty now.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay. So look, Jeff coming in here.
He needs a piece of 4.
He needs to get around 4. Solid 1. Come on, Jeff. Oh, not quite enough. So I'm going to leave the mic with you, and also with Seth Stisher, who is no stranger to this, and I'm sure you guys will have plenty to say about the action that's going on. So thanks very much.
Yeah, we don't like the action so far, so go do something to change us. I can tell you that.
Quite honestly, I've been listening all morning, and it sounded so classy when Jez was up here with his accent. Now it's a couple of dumbass rednecks up here.
We'll fix that.
That was actually the pairing I've got to ski against. Ristratelli and Kapsha there. Todd prevailed, who I know is a tight buddy of yours.
Yeah,
and
I think he's
mine as well.
Talking some serious smack.
Yeah,
in the
he's
next
not the guy
hour,
I want to talk to at the end of the lake.
You know, I was talking about earlier. We had the hockey player, and you don't want to ski too close to him. You don't want to ski too close to him at the end or drop near him, because he's liable to put his mitts on you. And Todd's another one that's pretty good size.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Todd's is a little more verbal than Jeff Nate's is, I believe. Jeff Nate, yeah, you don't want to get in a tussle with him, but Todd, you don't want to get in a verbal sparring match with him. He's got quite a sharp tongue.
Well, all right, let's see where we're at.
All right, so we watched. What do we got? We got 2 left.
That's it. So
we have
got
2
Nick.
left.
Well, let's see. Mr. Robinson. We got Mr. Robinson's neighborhood here.
Yeah, so Mike Robinson, who I just saw, he looks like a Rambo. You'll see when he comes in. He's got stitches across his forehead for giving too much effort at such an advanced age as we all are. And then he's up against CC Brown, who's been crushing it. Did a great job at Nationals this year in the Masters Man category. But two great skiers that are both capable of that downwind 38 and to push it up 39 coming back. And then what we got after that, we got our fearless 55K West leader, Barton Rockwell, and Sam Ingram, who I almost erased there by touching him.
and Slammin' Sammy, I tell you what, he is a veteran of Hard Knocks, slept in the truck stop last night, so he's ready to go.
You know, I heard Bart last night. Well, we got a skier. Speaking of Bart, here he is, Bart Rockwell, the guy who, along with Mark Shaw, started this thing. 32 off. Little funky start there, but Bart's got a lot of head with him. He's a smart guy out there, and sometimes outskis his skill set, which is great. That's a big thing among this group, I think, is hanging in there and getting a few extra buoys when you might not should have. That one looked a little unsettled, but I know Bart will calm down here coming back at 35.
Yeah, you know, as you go into the 1 and 2, it doesn't look like the wind is as strong as it is, and I think that's what's kind of catching them a little bit. They're running with a little loose line in the beginning, not feeling that it is really that strong. And then when they come back at the 35, then they know, because it's like, okay, it's on you every single buoy on the way back. But it's a little protected with these trees coming off the golf course over here.
Right. You know, I was watching the first few rounds through the webcast, thanks to Jeff Swain. And it looked like at that time it was a little more of a straight head tail, but I think it's starting to kick a little bit like it was yesterday, where we get a little protection because there's a slight cross to it. And with that cross, it does get hidden. Like you don't know exactly where to feel it. I noticed yesterday coming back into what you'd perceive as a headwind was a headwind at 135, but at 2 and 4 there was no push, so I kept overrunning that side.
Yeah.
Because I had nothing slowing me down. Here we go, Sam Ingram.
Sneaks between some trees down there.
Slammin' Sammy, you called him. I like it. Is that
Sammy's on the LaPointe.
Team LaPointe with you there, Liquid D?
Uh-huh.
Solid
beautiful two there. I like that.
1-3, a little awkward for him, but solid 2-4. And maybe clean up a little at 5 there, or is that because he's further away?
Yeah, we don't see so well.
Good from. He's the guy. So last night I heard Bart talking about Jeff Gilbert, who's one of our officials. Jeff Gilbert's one of those guys that he'll do anything for the sport. He said he was getting Jeff a hotel room, and Jeff said, "I'll sleep in my tent." And as soon as Sam heard that, I just saw his eyes. I saw his eyes light up, and he almost pumped the fist. And eventually he was doing this, and I was like, fellow tent guys, they stick together. The guys who sleep in their cars and at the truck stops.
Yeah, he's a serious earthy, crunchy Subaru guy. Yeah.
Well, he's also an accountant, which makes him a lot smarter than the rest of us, because he realizes why spend money that you can keep and hold on to for a rainy day. If it rains for me, I might be SOL. All right, so that next pairing too. So Rockwell and Ingram, the winner of this, going to go against Todd Johnson, who didn't run 39 yesterday, but he did in the warm-up on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Liquid D? You were here.
Yes, he did.
That's
Not
gonna.
the first round though. I forgot who won the first round. That guy was phenomenal.
Oh, was that you?
That was me.
With a 4 at 39, the man powers through and beats everyone in tough conditions on Thursday.
And then he choked it in.
Unfortunately, he wasted that effort on Thursday.
Choked at 38.
All right, here we go. Coming down the lake, Bart Rockwell. I think he looks a little better here at 35. Hustling through and cruising around 6 at 35 for Bart Rockwell.
But that was the first time I'd done that in like 15 years, so I better say something.
I'm sorry that I made you say it. I could have given you props right away, and I did nothing.
I'll take them.
I did nothing. I actually saw it. Don't take this the wrong way, but I looked at it, and I was scrolling down the list because I was not here, and I had to jump back up the list. Wait a minute. Did that say Mike Dellinger with the top score that round?
God.
Wow. At 84 years old. Unbelievable.
Thank God for Grecians.
So while we've got a little lull, I will say there's always people we need to give shout-outs to. We've got a great group of people supporting this. I mentioned Jeff Swain, who handles the webcast for us. He's done it for years on years. It's a great add to it, and he's doing that basically on his own heart and soul. H2O Pro Shop, which you see in the background, big sponsor of this event, Terrence Fogarty, and that's Fogarty's Lake Flower Marina and H2O Pro Shop. They are solid in this sport, supporting it. Real big fans of it, and he's quite a skier as well. You got Brett Gagner sitting over there, Gagne. I never know how to say it, whether I go with the original or the current. He lives in Alabama, so I don't even think you can say Gagne in Alabama. But he sits there all day long scoring. And right here, Slammin' Sammy on the water. At what pass does he start slamming it, Mike? 38?
Well, he will start slamming at 32 if need be. But that looked pretty solid and easy for him. He tends to drop his head a little bit, which is just normal for him. But that kind of gets him into the slamming. Oh, yeah.
He threw a fist,
He's
too.
fired up.
You got to like the heart and soul when you're throwing a fist like that. He looked good. You know what's funny? On these opening passes, you'll see different strategies from people. They're easier passes on any given day, but obviously in a head-to-head, anything can happen. You'll see guys like Sam, he just on the way back, he was working that pass, I think trying to get himself in the mode to ski the shorter lines. So he probably gave it a little extra effort off of 5, going to 6, just getting everything worked out, kind of feeling that power that he's going to need at the next line length versus just eking through it. Some people like to feel just that nice rhythm and glide through the pass and amp it up every time. And
that's probably more important to him because he doesn't Sam's not the one that, when we look at style and who's this, and everybody goes, oh, Seth, look how Seth sees. That's not Sam's. Sammy is like, I'm going to grunt it out, and I'm going to get through 38. He'll just attack.
At the end of the day, they only write down how many buoys, right?
That is correct.
All right, here we go. Bart Rockwell, 38 off, tailwind. I don't think the tailwind's quite as severe as it was early this morning. That's a pretty good one.
Ooh, little stretch on him.
No. He's outside of 3. Bart just keeps going, man. It's going to be a 4, I believe, inside of 5.
Well, that's basically Sammy's got to run it.
Piece of 5, though. Piece of 5.
Yeah. He's a lefty, though. If he gets over to 5, he's turning it.
So I know Jess was pointing out this morning, and I hate to reiterate this since I'm a lefty as well. 2 balls critical right here. 2 balls connected to the gate. 2 balls connected to 1. And oftentimes, especially when we're watching from this angle, from afar, not from the boat, you'll see a 1 ball where it's a pretty heavy turn, but it looks hella impressive, but it's not what you need to get you out to 2 without outrunning the boat at 2. So what you look for in this is a finish to 1 where you keep moving, you're not getting too deep, and that wind pushing your back will get you a little loose line where you get too deep, pulls you up and runs you down the lake into 2. So what we want to see Slam and Sammy do here at 1 is ski through it so that he's got a better approach into 2 to get things moving so that wind's not affecting him so aggressively.
Do you have a choice? What should a beginner choose? The advantage, pros and cons.
Here we go, Sam Ingram, 38 off. Right now scoring.
Oh, he's a righty. He's looking.
I'm sorry, he is a righty. What am I talking about? Look at this hammer board. Let's see. And hi-oh. Sam ends up in Lake 2.
Okay, well, we really ought to have a bit of a bonus prize, maybe $100 or something for the best crash. And I thought about donating that, but I was like, I don't want to encourage that, or you don't want to have to deliver the check in a hospital, because if you have to do that, it's in poor taste.
This is true. Or write the check to yourself. So right now I think we got 2 contenders. Am I right? We got Jeff Nate.
That was nice right there.
And we got Slam and Sammy Ingram.
I'm going to go for this one because it was a nice long one. You knew it was coming, but there was no way he was coming out of that. But you got a long time to enjoy it, which was
absolutely.
As long as he's not hurt, we all enjoyed that.
Agree. The boat went and checked on him. So I think one thing that's important to realize here, based on what we talked about Sam Ingram, a lot of heart, right?
Uh-huh.
He doesn't care about the style. He's hanging on. The reason he went so far, there goes Bart with a little mini fist. Not that he has small fists, but anyway, Sammy's hanging on. He had a 1 that was not going to get him anywhere, but he didn't accept that. He was going for it. So he took the whip and almost made it to Lake 2, or is that Lake 1? I don't know which one, but that seriously, that carry, Jeff Nate didn't do that. Jeff Nate barely got outside the buoy line.
No, Jeff was kind of it wasn't a hockey stop. That wasn't any good.
He moved it a little bit more to the right.
Jeff, I think when he came up after that roll, it looked like the opponent had pulled his jersey over his head so he could kick his ass.
Slightly blind.
All right, so here we are. We just had one written in here. Barton Rockwell advances. Sam Ingram, so far best crash of the day, followed by Jeff Nate. But everybody today, the cool thing about this is head-to-head, you got to get that next buoy. It's always the next buoy. You just got to beat the guy you're skiing against. So you're always hanging on for 1 more or 1/4 more. You just saw that with those guys. Now we're going to move down. We've got CC Brown and Mike Robinson. Mike Robinson being the higher seed, so he can choose whether to go first or pick the boat. I'm thinking it looks like Mike chose boat. Here comes CC Brown behind that light blue Nautique, 32 off. CC from California, Chico, I believe. Skis a lot with Marcus Brown and those guys. CC's a solid slalom skier since he was very young. Remember his name all through our younger years growing up. Hell of a skier, great guy as well. Easy 6 there, Mike.
That looked stylish, easy, and just a nice warm-up right there.
All right, so whichever of these guys advance will be skiing against New York's own Nick Luthauser. He somehow got into the competition. He's 21 years old, skiing out of age.
Listen, money. You know.
Now, he is a younger guy in this group, but he's a hell of an addition. Great skier. He was a great skier at 36. He's a great skier at 34. He's riding that Conley C1, the new ski. And he skied well yesterday to get that 6th spot and get 2 double buys there for the first 2 rounds. Next on the docket, Mike Robinson, who is a righty. I'll try to get it right this time, Mike. All right, second beep. We just heard it through the radio. Here comes Mike Robinson. Mike, what do we got here?
All right, Rambo's coming in. He's going with a different color bandana today. Let's see if the blue works for him. Mike's always stylish. Oh, yeah, starting out nice and smooth. Just getting warmed up. I think it looked like it died out a little bit there on this opening passes for these guys. So hopefully we'll stay down a little bit and see some more, maybe a couple 38s get run here and see some action at 39 in this pairing.
So here's the risk you run with this variable wind, in my opinion. You take that 32 off. Your whole goal with each of the early passes, too, not only to survive them, but to kind of feel it out. What am I going to need to gate at 38 in this tailwind? So here they are at 32 with light wind. When it picks up, they pull out for 38. It's a whole different scenario that they didn't maybe recognize because they'll be sitting down here in the hole where they don't notice the wind.
And you just see it freshen really big right here. Look at the gusts coming in off of that one. So
that's a tough drive for these guys over here. Big boy over there, he nailed it off the tee box, but I think it started moving backwards when that gust came in. Maybe we should do it like we're watching the golf tournament, Mike. He's on his approach. The cart's headed for the sand trap.
Somebody did hit the tower the other day. Did you see that? Did you hear it? Golf ball lands on top of the metal tower down there. Scared the
Oh, wow.
Jesus out of everybody.
Jeez. All right, here we go. CC Brown coming back at 35 off. Wind did pick up just a little.
No trouble at all.
Looking solid. Looking solid. You can still see from this angle of attack, skier coming into 135 with that little bit of push. Little room for error there. You see a few people getting nice and wide, but a lot of people just getting there on the 135 side. And I think that's because there's just a slight quartering headwind from that direction.
And it sneaks out of those trees too, because you don't feel it quite here on it. But those 1 and 3 as you're coming from that end caught me yesterday. I was like ticking 3-ball at 35 with ankle, and I'm like, whoa, what was that?
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of us who are lefties, ski out over there, but you're also not generally generating as much coming from the other side with that offside pull. And Jeff was pointing out earlier, when we talk about lefties, when we talk about righties, we're talking about we don't mean which paw you use when you make your first move in the movie theater. Here we go, Rambo, Mike Robinson, stitches in his forehead. Tell me this guy doesn't want to win. He's out here anyway. Solid 1. Good 2. I don't want to jinx him, but he's looking really clean right now. All right, Robinson, through 35. That's a 12-meter line. Both skiers through. This is your last pairing of the second tier of skiers. That was it was a nice, clean pass. Mike has always been known to be a very smooth-looking skier. When I was a kid, and he was already a grown man, that was one of the guys I watched. Like, never looking like he's in trouble, but still has the ability to scrap. Maybe not like you have the ability to scrap, but he's got the ability to scrap.
It's the clinchers, baby.
Just can't let go. Clinchers.
Clinchers. Hang on.
Wait, what do you use now? There are no clinchers anymore, right?
Well, I still call them clinchers.
What do you use?
But,
are you allowed to promote that while we talk?
I don't know. They're blue. That Syndicate, the blue ones.
I don't know.
Those are radars.
Radars. The radar
But I've-
Prolux, or what are they? Is that what they're
yeah,
called?
I got the Prolux.
Or is that the name for the
But I've
Master Line?
tried both of those, and they work good. The Syndicate makes a pair, I think, as well with the dowels in them, and I like them.
Do you think you could water ski if you had to hold on by yourself?
I have tried it. I always feel like I'm losing the handle. I don't ski much worse, but it feels like I'm losing the handle all the way down the lake.
Right, and re-gripping's not good. All right, here we go. CC Brown, 38 off. Wind looks pretty similar to his 32, so it's a slow
boy.
one,
a
but
little slack there.
all right, he's all right. Uh-oh. Working hard to get to 4.
I don't. He got
3. That's 3. That's
Let
it.
go
He
of
didn't
the
get
right.
outside of 4. Kind of leaving it open.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough. I think the Mike looks really good. I think he's going to get 4. Yeah.
I'm with you. I don't want to jinx him, but I'm with you. Should we have Slam and Sammy come over here and talk to us about both his accommodations, his crash, and his water skiing?
We got a few questions for you. That was number one.
You are number one.
You do have the best crash of the day.
Okay.
Maybe of the whole tournament.
So Freddie Winter, you know, he had that crash earlier this year and got hurt. So anyway, I watched that, and he's in the same position I was, and I knew the shore was coming up. So I got the heck off the ski just as quick as I possibly could, got on the water. So,
It did not look like you got off it very quick here. That's what we enjoyed
well,
about
you
it.
get stuck.
We enjoyed the fact that we got to see that. As long as you're not hurt, we
got
really
stuck.
got to enjoy that
I
for
thought I
like
was
3
on
seconds.
a balance beam for a second. Yep. Okay, here we go.
All right, here comes Mike. He's got to get a piece of 4 here to advance. Maybe a little early on the gate, drifted in. But he hammers 1. He's in.
Come on, Mike.
And that's going to be enough. Yes, it is. He'll take the 4.
I think so. 3.5.
Yeah, he only needed the half, so he's good. So Mike's going to, advance in. Mr. Brown tried to get into Mr. Robinson's neighborhood. No, sir. He was denied.
Well, congrats,
So-
Barton. Yeah.
So we're thinking about putting a prize out for the best crash. Not this time because you already won that one, but between you and Jeff Nate over there, he had a nice one. But we got to enjoy yours for so much longer. We weren't sure if you were going to be on the grass or not when it ended.
His was.
waiting for the tree. I thought.
You had quite a horizontal trajectory. His was more vertical.
Okay. Well, I am a barefooter in some of my spare time, so I should have worn my barefoot suit.
But we saw that you had the rope for a long time there, so we thought it could have been all the way into the next lake.
I thought there was a chance. There could have been a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Not in a million years.
All right.
Good job, Sam.
All
Good
right,
skiing.
good skiing,
anyway.
man. I think Sam and Jeff Nate might get the most publicity of the entire day.
If we had the ability to rewind that clip, we'd be doing that between every skier.
We might be doing that instead of the skiers. All right, so our chief scorer, Brett Gagne, is showing us what seed is being taken into the next round. So one of the things about this, the way we do this event, you take the seeding from the opponent in the last round if you win. So for example, and I'm not trying to hurt you here, buddy, Mike Dellinger was seed number 10. Mike Herzog was further
38.
down,
It was
maybe.
like 40, I
Mike Herzog is
Still took me
now,
out.
once he kicked your ass, he is now the 10th seed. So you get to take that seed with you. So the winner of Mike Herzog and Mark Manassi, regardless of who it is, will take seed number 7 into the next round. That matters because that's your choice, whether you choose to go out first or you choose the boat. The only time that who goes first and second does not matter is in this final pairing. The final pairing any tie will be run off to its death, basically. Any other, the first skier, whatever that score is, the second skier has to beat it. So if you go out second and you tie the skier in front of you, you do not advance. So since we're here and there's some downtime, tell us a little about what did happen out there.
I'll tell you, that when you say anything can happen, it can. And I'm sitting down there after he runs 2.5, and I'm thinking, of course I'm going to run 2.5. I'm like, I just need to get to 3, get outside of 3. So you change your mindset, and I changed my mindset. Instead of sitting down there, I just watched Casey Contos run 38 tail, stroked it, and it wasn't any harder when I went than he did. And yet I'm down there going, okay, great, it's runnable, it's fine. We got somebody through it, and it's working. And then he runs 2.5, and my mindset changed. I go, all I got to do is get to 3, instead of going, just hammer 1, hammer 2, and get off to the races on a hard tailwind.
Right.
And I changed it, and I got a decent 1. But I was at, as I'm coming in 2, I didn't get the ski to bite. It's my offside. I'm a lefty, and I didn't get it to bite, so I didn't get the bite. I was in rope and tried to ride it all the way to 3, got around it, tied him, and tie go. You got to win if you're in that second position.
That's it. That's
so
it.
I chose the boat. I liked the blue boat. It matches my eyes. So I choose the blue boat.
Still some great skiing this weekend for sure, though. Great skiing. So, all right, we're into this next round now. We're about to see our top seed, Jeremy Newby Ricci, who you saw here announcing a little bit earlier. He ran a half at 41 yesterday, the only guy to run 39. But he is the first ski order in this next bracket. So if you're looking at this, and I know you can't truly see all the names, we start up here with Jeremy Newby Ricci and Mike Columbine. That's seed number 1 and 16. Then we go down to the next ski order, 18. That's your number 2 seed, Jason Peckham, Don Aschenbrenner. Then we go back up to ski order 19. That's your number 8 seed, Tim Henderson, and number 9 seed, Casey Contos. Then we go down to ski order 20, Mark Manassi, your number 7 seed, Mike Herzog, your number 10 seed. Back up, seed number 4, Darren Montgomery against number 13, Greg Sun. Then we hop down here to your 3rd seed, Seth Stisher against Todd Risterselli. Back up to your last pairing in the upper bracket, Todd Johnson, 5th seed, and Barton Rockwell. And then of this tier of the bracketry, your last pairing, Nick Luthauser, and who you just saw win, Mike Robinson. After that, whoever advances, we're down to the Elite 8. Here in the Elite 8, we will actually move to a 35 off start. That's a 12-meter start. So all of these wind conditions will change. That'll be an 11 or 38 off in the headwind when we get into the Elite 8 over here. But we've got a lot to come before that.
Boy, look at that wind now. We have the 2-minute reprieve that sucks everybody in going, oh, it's getting nice.
And then
that will not be the case.
You know the flags down at the dock, the whip flags, notably named that for a reason. They look kind of like the used car guy that blows in the wind. They're going nuts down there, so I think this is just a quick lull where we are. All right, I'm going to sign out because I've got to go waterboard here in a little bit.
You know what? I see Chris Clark over there. Maybe he can come over and discuss how he got his rear end kicked by TC Baker.
He could. Here's the problem. Chris Clark's, he's kind of mousy. He's sort of quiet. I don't know that we can get him to chat. Actually, you might not be able to get him to shut up. I don't think he heard me, so it's fine.
Chris, come on in. You gotta relieve Seth.
Maybe you hold both of them and hand it to him. Hand it when you want him to talk.
Sparingly. This will go sparingly. And Chris was over here talking. He's already called for an upset in the first match here, thinking that Chris is guessing that Mike Columbine's going to take out Jeremy Newby Ricci. To explain that logic, I'm Jeremy's number 1. Why would you say that?
Probably have to study it a little bit more to see what you're talking about. I'm always looking for the upset, especially when I'm skiing.
Well, if you're betting, man, that's our first match. That's our first match right there. Jeremy has been skiing up a storm all week. Mike Columbine, he thought he was out, and then Mark handed him a gift, tying him.
I would have to guess the betting man would bet with Newby. Shouldn't be an issue.
That's what I would go by.
But
I'm not.
As we've seen with the wind, I'm sure that's what happened when I was skiing. A big gust. and you also.
Oh yeah, that's what I had.
The big gust.
I had a big problem in my head.
Oh yeah, I heard.
Instead of just.
I heard your ski explanations. Ski-planation. I really just came over here because I like this seat and I can see better. So we're taking a few minute break. Is that what I understand?
Well, they're filling up with gas. I see gas cans going in. We only want to run with 10 gallons in there, no more than that. You don't want to put 20 gallons in there and weight it down.
I'm assuming, since you brought this up, this Newbie and Columbine?
My Columbine. So, yeah, we go ski order 17, 18, 19, back and forth. So right now we got the number 1 seed going against the number 16 seed.
Do we know what Mike's best score was for the weekend so far?
I don't know if he was into 39 on any of the rounds, but definitely capable of being there. So, you know, the whole, you look at the thing and it's like everybody on this board can run 38, you know? So it's kind of, will they get it done at the right time?
In this round, is it still starting at 32 or?
This round still starts at 32. We won't go to the 35 off. We will in the next round. The final 8, we go 35 starts, which that's going to give you 35 tailwind starts. A lot of them are going to be running the 38 headwind going through. I would venture to say almost every one of these is going to get decided at 39 once we get into that round, because you're going to have the 38 with the headwind, which, you know, just lets people pull forever if they get in trouble and get their way into 39. Now the 39 tail is going to be a different story.
I see a lot of 1s and 2s.
Yeah. So we'll see how that gets it. You get 3 at 39, and this tailwind that's going to be tough for somebody to beat you. So, but for this round, we're still same thing, 32 off starts.
I mean, even yesterday on the second round where everyone had to go out 32, so that gave you a 38 tail. We only had a handful of people run 38 yesterday in the second round.
It was 20 mile an hour, so and it was sneaking out of the wind, out of the woods too, because you know, when I was running my 35 coming back into it, I was laughing by the time I got to 3, because I pulled to 1. Normal gate, it's 35 off, and I almost didn't get around it. I was like, where did that come from? And by the time I rounded 3, I was pulling all the way to 3 and 5 and laughing. And
I think I was doing a little more crying as I was swimming to shore.
Well, I think yesterday's second round, it was one of those halfway through 35, you go, you're not going to set records on this round. It's like you're just going to survive and ski well. And I thought I skied fairly well with it, but, you know, it's tough round. All right, so I think we're just about ready to roll. We've done the practice pitch. How are you, man? Good to see you. Terrence in the house. Terrence, you got to come get over on the mic a little bit. That's Terrence Fogarty, H2O Sports.
Look at that.
We'll have to ask Terrence why he didn't ski.
Have they mentioned who their drivers are today? I believe we have Jeff Gilbert out there and
Keith Albritton, I think, is out.
Oh yeah, we've switched up the drivers. So now we've got Keith Albritton, and let's see, which one is that? Keith in the red boat there? I didn't see who was driving the first one. There you go.
So
Jeff's in the baby blue.
If it hasn't been explained, when the two skiers go down or right before they get ready to ski, they give the number 1, or not the number 1, but the best seating, the choice of either going out first or choosing which boat or boat driver. And I do think I remember you said you picked a boat based on it matched your eyes.
It does.
That's how most of us do it.
And I know that Jeff zooms in on me as I was coming around 5 ball, you know, the crowd, 6 ball, coming this way. You could see it.
Yeah.
Mike, he's so handsome.
Just for my wife. She loves it.
The rain glistening through your wrinkles. It was amazing. Hair flowing, ample forehead.
You're getting ampler every year, baby. Every year.
So
Did you see my ball of spray right up this morning?
No,
I gave a
I
breakdown
didn't.
on all the first matches. I was sitting there having my coffee. Sometimes I get these random thoughts while I'm drinking coffee in the morning. It's a lot of caffeine.
All of my thoughts are random.
I have to put them out there. I had to. I was like, oh my God, I'm full of energy.
And you just assume everyone wants to hear them because I know that's how I feel.
But sometimes it's just for me. It's like, they should, but sometimes it's just for me. My wife looks at me and goes, yeah, that's just for you. So she does that all the time to me. Like, yeah.
She must be a wonderful woman.
Yeah, she is. Honey.
Yeah, like she's watching. Boy,
She swore she would.
If I'm not
now.
at the ski tournament, I surely will watch it on the internet. That'll be the greatest. Okay, this is the one time she can turn you off.
My kids will watch.
I'm learning all kinds of things. I didn't figure you had a wife or kid. I couldn't figure out who would put up with you or appropriate with you.
Yeah, she's awesome.
In case anyone was wondering, they are doing a simulation run on boats. They get new drivers, give them a chance to go down and back, and also for the skiers, so they won't get an unfair advantage. So the conditions would be the same as if you just skied after the skier in front of you. And on this lake, it's not as important because basically once the boat goes through, there a second or two later, there are no waves.
Oh, and these guys aren't fresh. You know, we had Mosley and Badal driving the first crew. All right, so Columbine's going first. Jeremy took the boat. So let's see if Mike can give Jeremy a little run for his money in this round. Boy, I hate to say it, look at the first couple of buoys, look really nice.
It's calmed down a little bit.
No trouble there at all. Looked good.
What are we giving them? About 40 seconds in between skiers? 50 seconds. What's amazing is when you're sitting on the dock waiting to ski, it seems like that guy is sitting down there forever.
Well,
and then when you're that guy, it doesn't seem very long.
My opponent got about a minute and a half each time, I noticed. But me, you know, maybe it's the wrong thing. Yeah, me. It's, oh, you ready, Mike? He's in the water down there.
They're tired of hearing you. They're, shut up. We got to get you going because I got the same thing.
Oh, man.
I tried sweet talking my competitor as much as I could, but it didn't work.
I sprayed the crap out of him down there. But I got some on Badal. Badal was driving the other boat. He's like, oh!
I went up against TC. I said, hey, TC, what's TC stand for? Time to choke? But it didn't work out for me.
I've actually seen that on video. I'm like, well, he's good at the talking. He's got that part down.
I thought that was one of my greatest ones.
All right, so here goes Jeremy. He's coming in here. Jeremy looking great, just getting warmed up.
Once again, right off the dock at 32 off, which I'd say for probably more than half of these skiers, that's probably their norm, is to go off at 32. Not my norm.
With Jeremy, it's a different number, though, isn't it? 13, 12, 14.
Those English people have a different word for everything.
I know.
Does he get the ski out of the boot of his car?
Well, first he has to take the ski out of the, is it the bonnet? What's
The bonnet's where the engine is.
well.
What are the chances that Jeremy went in there hot and just sprayed the whole other boat and everything? What do you think?
I don't think so. He might get that driver the next round.
But he's number one seed, so he always gets his choice. He can,
Spray the skier, not the driver.
Well, I did it on my first pass, and of course I was going to do it on the second one down here. And Greg Badal was driving the other boat, so he wouldn't let it happen. He parked the boat, right? He protected his skier. He's smiling at me as I come smoking in, and I'm like, oh, man. All right, let's see Mike Columbine coming back in. This is 35 off. Looks like nice and wide gate. Look very controlled here. Definitely had the four ball, the lefty four ball turn, very slow, and then had to hammer five ball.
No issues though, really. I'm sure that was not a thought to him at all.
Well, for Columbine, he can just, by going first, and obviously he knows if I'm a betting guy, Jeremy's not missing 38. So you're probably, that kind of takes the pressure off of him. It's like, all right, I just got to go hammer, get through 38. There's no sense in worrying about a halves or how far down the line you get. You got to run the whole thing.
You never know, though. Yesterday we seen a world champion miss a 35 off.
Yeah.
So for one round, I'd beaten a world champion. I knew it wouldn't last, but
and then he ran 4:39.
Yeah, well, there's that.
In that nasty wind at the second round.
Yeah, it did get worse as the day went on, and I thought by the time we got to the brackets at the end of the day, it would calm down, but it really didn't.
No.
Even as we were eating at the banquet last night, it was still windy.
Yeah, we're hiding the food behind the little building. All right, 35 off for Jeremy. Well, a little struggle there. He made that look tough, didn't he, Chris?
Yeah, seems similar to how I ski it once.
So nothing but a warm up there for the boys. Both of them looked great, ready to go. So if we could just get a little bit of lull in the wind here.
I think they're down there discussing strategies together. Really nice.
Gentlemanly like.
Yep.
Well, you've got a Midwesterner there that's, they're always nice. And then the British people, it's like a Canadian. They don't, you never see a mad, mean word come out of them.
Except for they don't bring maple syrup.
Tea and crumpets.
Even if they're mad, their accent makes them sound nice.
Yeah. I get a lot of things I'm not saying.
All right, we got a second beep. Here we go. We got Mike Columbine. Let's see if we can get a good gate here.
38 off.
There's...
It's a big
hang
one
on
ball.
to it.
Yeah. I don't think he got around 3. That looks like a solid 2.
Yeah, I think...
Gentlemen, how's it
He
going?
gets 3. We're hearing from the judges. They're calling 3. So we're rocking and rolling. You did yourself proud out there.
Oh, yeah.
You got through. It was Slammin' Sammy, which he went ahead and gave us the crash of the week. I don't know if you weren't able to see that. Maybe on the replay, because it was a long out the front. It was a full 2 seconds. We knew it was happening. There was no way he was coming out of it, but it just didn't happen. And then it was like a train wreck.
So
Couldn't stop it.
I came up on the shore, and Mike Herzog and his wife and their friend were watching. He said, "Sam really had a bad crash. You should go check on him." I said, the guy sleeps for 3 months in the winter in his car. He's fine. I don't even need to check on him. I know he's fine. And they were looking at me. I'm like, I'm serious. I know he's fine. So Sam comes up. I said, you went out the front. Are you okay? He says, oh yeah, I'm totally fine.
Oh, it was a great crash.
His explanation was more he was afraid he was going to hit the shore and was trying to stop.
All right, so here we go. So we got Jeremy coming in. He needs a piece of 4-ball here. So let's just see what kind of start he's got. He's lefty, so his 1 and 3 are going to be nice and quick. Nice 2-ball. And I think he's just going to go run this pass and take a little shot at some 39 because that's just a beautiful start. Never in doubt, never in trouble. Almost looked like he was, hey, he may have taken 2-ball a hair lighter than normal just to make sure he was going to be at 4. I am a lefty.
Did you catch how well he rotated the ski when he was turning in? I mean, that was actually a brilliant gate. I don't know if the viewers saw that, but he's in a heavy tailwind. The line was tight the whole time, and it all goes back to how great his gate was. That was really good.
Well, he's even a lot more even than a lot of lefties are. His 2.4 is pretty good, you know.
Some epic battles in like European championships with Andy Mapple. I mean, he's no stranger to being at the top of the heat.
Yeah.
He's an excellent. I mean, he's a world-renowned 34-mile-an-hour skier. He really is one of the best.
Well, let's see here. I thought he was going to take a stab, but maybe not. We got the other boat coming back, so I don't know if Jeremy's going to come back at 39 or not. He's taking it home. He's been through 39 enough. He doesn't need to worry about running it. That 38 tail was really good.
I'm gonna hand this off to you guys.
If you want to stick around, you're more than welcome to sit here.
All right, so we've got Jeremy Newby Ritchie moving on. So our next match is going to be Jason Peckham.
So we were talking about it yesterday. There's no question that the guy putting the most load on the line in this group is Jason Peckham. He's the super powerful Conor McGregor, UFC looking kind of guy. You know, he skis actually where the line is tight, but there's load, but it's super controlled load. It's not like a quick, light on the line. If you watch his good buddy Nick Lathauser, he skis really light on the line and sort of really early edge changes and a little bit more like an open skier. And you watch Peckham, who's a great skier. There's a lot more brawn in what he's doing.
Yeah, there's nothing with his skiing that I would describe as light on the line.
Exactly. Exactly.
So we'll see that, and then you got Don. So there's going to be a light on the line. There's going to be
the 145-pound guy with a 200-pound back.
We'll see what we got here.
Let's talk about some of our sponsors
here. Great match right here.
I want to talk about H2OProShop.com. There's the banner behind us. H2O Pro Shop, for all your soft goods, hard goods, any kind of product you want, H2OProShop.com. Peckham coming in, 32 off.
So he is elected to go first.
He's got his own designed handle.
He is the higher seed. So Don will have to beat him.
Take a look at his handle when he comes back. It's a T-bar looking handle so that you can't get caught up in it. And he designed it himself. It's very interesting. It has been preliminarily approved, I believe, and because he was using it at the World Championships too.
Well, I hope it's approved. I'd hate to have to call it on technicality.
Totally approved. We have a former West champion in Don Aschenbrenner. I told the story that he's actually skiing on a ski that I sold him. So I have regret with respect to the price and the fact that he owns it.
Whoop your tail with it.
Badly.
Whoop your own tail with your own ski.
Many times. Don's a great skier. He is the back-to-back men's 4 national champion. Only a couple people in the history of the sport have won men's 3 or 4 or 5 3 times in a row. He's incredible. He's also, I don't think he ran 39 in a record tournament until age 52 for the first time. So he's like an inspiration, I think, to anybody at 34 miles an hour who says, oh, I'm too old, I can't get better, I can't progress. Don didn't even peak till he was in, and
he's run a bunch of 39s since then.
In his 60s, he's run 39s over and over. Here we go, Eschenbrenner. Look at that line, tight.
Smooth and silky and tight.
Hip staying down, ski moving through, line is tight. Early for every buoy.
All that being said, if I was 7 foot tall, I could probably run 39 too.
Well, did you see my match today? I gave up 4 feet in height. It's ridiculous.
Well, we were talking about Kevin Head was explaining to me that being 6'7" was not an advantage in water skiing. And I was like, Well, let me unpack that.
Or basketball.
Can you please walk me through the logic? And there was, he had a couple good points.
Over easier.
He was basically saying it's harder to turn. That was the punchline. But
harder to reach down to your bindings, maybe.
So H2OPushUp.com, thank you so much for presenting West 8 and the West Tour this year. H2OProShop.com.
Where was Terrence? He didn't ski the event. I see him. He's here now.
I think he's healing up from a procedure, like he had some kind of knee thing or something. I'm not positive, but he. The most important thing is he is.
All right, here we go.
Supporting the tour. 35. Peckham.
Jason Peckham.
With a 4.5 at 39 yesterday. Never a doubt with Peckham.
Never a doubt. No issues. Nice and strong.
We have Jason Peckham, I believe. Jason Peckham on a Conley.
Last night, wasn't it?
We've got Don Aschenbrenner on a good 99.70. There's some guys using different fins here. What have you seen? Tell me what you've seen on the dock with different fins. Maybe not mentioning who's doing what, but what have you seen? Because I can tell you I've seen a whisper fin. I've seen a couple of them. I've seen the straight back fin. I've seen a bunch of different style fins. What have you seen? I saw people with no wing. I've seen all kinds of stuff. What have you seen?
Jeremy's got a kind of a cutoff, his own style that I haven't seen on any other
That's
one.
the Maple, like straight back type fin.
But he's got some jagged thing at
Yes.
the back of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Custom.
the problem is if you had a fin like that, the only person you can call to adjust it is Jeremy. I'm sure he'd take the call, but it's like
but he's not going to
not
talk
a lot of
about-
data.
He's probably not going to talk to you about that.
All right, here we go. Don's coming in. This is 35. I don't
Ooh.
expect any issues with this.
Never a doubt. He had me a little worried there. We got the ski real wet, but no problem.
The other one, Seth's running no wing, which that Connolly seems to handle it very well. Still stays deep and doesn't need it.
Back-to-back West champion at Swiss. He's also the 35-plus world champion this year. Ran 39 both rounds in Spain and put a pretty good beat down on the field. It wasn't even close, actually. So, yeah, he's skiing very well.
Well, Todd
Actually, probably the best I've seen him ski, starting with last year at this event. I don't think I've seen Seth ski better ever.
But I think different skis are designed to do that, because Todd took that ski, not the another Connolly just like it, and said, all right, well, let's go without the wing on it, and looked really
Johnson?
good on it. No, Todd Richter-Selly.
Oh, okay, he
skis
tried
with
it?
me all the time, and he may be on that soon.
Huh.
All right, here we go. We got Jason
Peckham.
coming in.
Check out the T handle.
38 off here.
Got the tail. Ooh, comes in nice and slow. Really good one ball. Line was tight. Good direction. Oh, tip comes up at 2. But he puts it back down at 3. Takes the load at 4. He's going out the gates. Look at that. Big load at 5, but still out the gates. Wow. Good skiing.
He put it down from 5 to 6.
How many people in this field could have held on to that load from 5 to 6 that Jason just held on to? I mean, name them.
Well, other than Chris Clark, I don't know of anybody.
Yeah, that's what I do.
That's why you're here on the mic.
Yeah, you're on the mic too.
Well, I'm trying to help out.
Skiing, I got it. The thing I just noticed about his gait is it didn't seem like he got free from the boat. It was almost like he had constant pressure on. I don't know if he meant to do that. It worked out for him.
Some people want to make sure that the line is tight and that have a supported line, meaning that the angle of the line from the pylon is at or less than 45 degrees from the pylon, so that they're under the support of the boat before they make their move in. And sometimes people just want to just make sure that they're not just turning into a loose line when they turn in through the gates, because then you're going to get really unpredictable outcomes. Here we go. Don Aschenbrenner, 38 off. He's got to run the whole pass. Pretty good 0. Ooh, comes out of 1. Nice. Tip comes up a little bit at 2. 3 looking good. 4. Oh, he's a little forward. He turns 5, pulls all the way to 6, and no.
Loses the handle.
Oh.
Out of 5. Well, he pulled all the way to. Out of 6, he pulled all the way to 6 though. But
he got pitched forward. At 4, and all of a sudden, Don Aschenbrenner, a former West champion, is now out of the field, packing his bags. But Jason Peckham, I think he got 2nd last year. No, let me think about that. I want to say he got 3rd last year, because Menashe was 2nd last year and Seth was 1st. But Peckham is in there.
could you tell from this distance? Do you think he had the handle out of 6 and just lost it right behind the boat, or did he come flying around there and never got back?
I couldn't tell, but my guess is that he had the handle, but it was a ridiculous amount of slack, and he probably made the wise decision and said, I'm not going to try to hold on to that and get pulled out the front into a double front flip, which I have seen.
You mentioned H2O Pro Shop earlier, and I've got a quick story. Right before the Nationals, I realized on my reflex binding, there's a little 3D printed thing that holds it on the. Oh, he's skiing it back. Hold on.
It looks like he got a full 3. That was still a record score for him for Jason Peckham, so he's allowed to continue on even though he had already won. But he wanted to get a look at 39 and see what he was going to be dealing with, because as you get further along in this field, they're all going to be settled at 39 most likely. Okay, so your story with H2OProShop.com.
Anyways, I called them up like on a Friday, and I think I was leaving for the Nationals on Tuesday, and he called me right back, and he was on vacation, and then he said, I'm going to check with the shop, and I had him on my door Monday morning, the little piece that I needed right before the Nationals, and it was pretty great service.
I think Terrence is great for the sport because he's a really good skier. He was like a journeyman pro skier back in the day on the pro tour. He owns a Nautique dealership, so he knows boats really well, and he knows all all, basically the needs of water skiers. He knows what to have in stock, what people need, and H2O Pro Shop is where all water skiers should be buying their gear. Why not? It comes quick, it's competitively priced, and he's got exactly what you need. Give him a try. He's supporting events like this, and so yeah, give him a try. We also have Good Water Skis sponsoring this event. Good in its carbon innovation, still innovating. I always say this because it's true, which is that no one has had more impact on water ski scores than Dave Good. So Good, the legend lives on. They're still making great products. We got Tim Henderson coming out at 32 off behind the powder blue boat. He's on a D3 Neo 2, I believe. Now, one thing I will say about Tim, he's not just a handle dunker, he's a body slammer on his onside. So we may get to be thoroughly entertained on his 135 side later on in this matchup.
Tim's won the Nationals at least once.
Oh, he's a
If
great
not several
skier.
times.
He's a great. I watched him win it. I think he's won it more than once.
In 2015 or 2014, something like that.
I think he won it in 2020. I think. But yeah, he's a great skier. I've watched him run 39 in this style format. He hails from Texas, where they ski more, you think, than Indiana and Michigan,
Oh yeah.
where we're from. It's not even close.
They got warm water. Even they can ski year round with no problems.
But I do remember Hurricane Harvey, because I was at an event with Todd Johnson, who lives in the Houston area. They got 50 inches of rain in 24 hours. It's a record.
Our next skier will be Casey Contos from Indiana. I've watched Casey grow up.
What a great
Probably
skier.
one of our younger skiers.
I mean,
Not the
he's
youngest.
he does so many things right. When you watch Casey ski, he does so many things right. He's on a radar. He's left. Is he a righty? I guess he is a righty. I mean, when you watch Casey, the line is tight, the ski stays down, it moves through. There's never a doubt when you see people ski like that. You're saying, oh, this looks pretty easy. Anybody could do that. I mean,
When you're good, you make it look easy.
I think that's a truism. The better you are, the easier you make it look.
All that being said, we've seen really good skiers that you think they're going to fall, half the time through the course, and they keep going and they do a great job.
Well, it's not a beauty contest. It's not a style contest. It's a buoy count.
It's too bad, or
When
we'd
it-
be winning.
When it gets nasty, this guy can scramble with the best.
He is off the charts as far as he's done. No, he's not. He's done. No, he's not. He is.
Tim Henderson, a legendary scrapper. He's up there with Sam Ingram. Agreed.
Oh yeah. That would be a matchup made in heaven to watch that. Just let them go at it.
Should we let him just do an invitational one of these days? Just let the two of them go out just for our entertainment and see who can scrap it out the most.
This is every one of these matchups.
They're really good.
Close. I mean, this could go either way.
Here we go. Coming back in, Tim Henderson, 35 off. It's blowing on that end of the lake. Don't be fooled. He's right
That was
back
a
in it
big
with that
turn.
3-ball. He opens up for 4 and barely gets around the buoy. No problem there with Tim Henderson. Pretty clean, actually. Nice skiing from Tim.
I mean, it's only a 35 off, but that wind gusted up there, and you could see it on his body even from here. I think you can tell just like open and shut him down.
I just skied in it, and it's spraying you in the face before you're finishing the turn. It's really, really a lot more than you realize. Yesterday there was more cross component to it. Mark Menashe turned 5-ball coming back towards the start dock, and his spray went all the way to the golf course. So if you, I'm not even exaggerating, if you look at the distance of that, that tells you how heavy the wind was. So it's up and down though. I think a lot of it has to do with, does the sun peek out or not? When the sun seems to get behind the clouds, the wind seems to really, really kick up.
I heard you say that yesterday, and it's in your imagination.
It's it's real. It's real. It's a thing.
I don't think the land heats up quite that quickly to affect the wind, but I'm not a meteorologist.
It seems like
I don't know.
It's windy down there. A few seconds later, it seems windier down here.
Now that one I can get behind that one.
Yeah.
All right, we got another skier.
Here we go. Casey Contos coming in, 35 off. Tip came up a little bit there, but he gets around that 3-ball, which is where the wind has been catching people, is at 3 coming this way. And now it's no problemo.
Easy peasy.
He does, like I said, Casey Contos does so many things right.
There's a little bit of press style behind the boat.
I do have a famous story with Casey Contos from a West event a couple years ago. One of the skiers honorably looked at video and said, well, I didn't get the score that they gave me, so I'm going to withdraw. And it brought Casey back into the event unbeknownst to him. So there was a party the night before, and Casey thought he was done with the competition, and then he was told after, I don't know if he slept on the pool table, but there was some type of thing that happened where he had a very late night at this very fun get-together, and then he was told, basically, you're up in 2. Everybody knows that feeling. And he went no sleep, came out like a trooper, and performed awesome. So Casey's a trooper.
Well,
does that mean he's young?
That.
He's young, right?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Tim Henderson, 38 off in the tailwind on the D3. Nice early pull out. Ooh, good rotation there. Look at that. Body slam for the first time.
No problem for
Oh, the
high,
little bit of
2.
stall. Oh!
That's the problem.
2.5.
He slams at 3-ball and does like a cartwheel, but he did go first. So what we need to see from Casey Contos is a full 3 at 38 off in this challenging tailwind. Get a shot, if you can, of the feathers down there so that the viewing audience can see. Those feathers are actually protected by a hill that's blocking them from the wind, and they're still howling. So it just gives you an idea what we're dealing with. So Casey Contos needs a full 3 at 38 to advance. What's your prediction here? Because I'm going to say yes.
I think Casey's going to get this, but my guess is he's going to go around 3 and stand up. He's not going to continue.
I think he turns 3 and keeps going and runs it. That's where I'm at.
He could do a safety 3.
Maybe, but
knows he gets it.
But don't you want to get a look at 4, 5, 6 though? Because that's what you're going to be skiing. You know, you have to be able to do it in the tail. I think he's going to try to run it.
I
think he's going to try to run it, but it's not easy to run it in these conditions. Here we go, Casey Contos on his radar.
Take me back to the dock, please.
I'm in agreement.
Really nice 0-ball move. Oh, slow one. Come on.
Easy
Come
one.
on. Oh, come on, baby.
I'm going safety.
Oh, wow.
No.
And he does it.
That may not have been a safety 3. If 2 would have been a little bit better, but I think that was all he had to give there.
Is it possible? I mean, you were right, but I almost think we were both right. He was trying to run it, but wasn't.
I think you were right the first time. I was right.
Exactly. There you go. Well, I think he was trying to run.
You're actually right.
I do think he was trying to run it.
Well, it just seemed like a very easy one ball to start with, and then that led to not an easy 2-ball, which then led him to a hope I get around and make it out of 3-ball.
Oh, it was barely.
Yeah.
It was barely.
A safety
but he
one. led to-
had, so he was on his offside turn on that 3-ball,
Yeah.
and he was able to S-turn it to get back to the boat guys and get a full 3 for the win. Okay.
I'm assuming.
I am handing
our magic man right here.
I am handing the mic back to Mr. Dillinger. I want to point out, before I do that, tell me a little bit about your insurance agency. Tell me, Mike Dillinger is an insurance salesman, agent, I would say. Is that the right terminology? Agent? He's an insurance agent in Florida. If you own a property or have cars or boats in Florida, Dillinger's your man. He's been in the business how long? Let me ask you a few questions. How long have you been in the business?
1987. I was 21 years old with
And so-
Allstate Insurance.
So, a long time.
Those good hands.
Okay, so now you have does your agency sell insurance through multiple carriers now?
Yeah, we're independent. I'm no longer with Allstate. I've been independent agent since 2003, I believe.
Okay,
we
so
have
for 20
50
plus
carriers.
years, you've been independent, and an independent agent means you can shop around to all the different carriers, get the product that fits the insured's needs and matches up the price for them, and basically get them the product that they need without having to try to sell something that maybe doesn't meet their needs because you're emboldened to one carrier.
Yeah, it's nice from the fact that you can do the best thing for them and just find out, who's got the best home, who's got the best auto in their particular situation. And, sometimes you run into them and they're already doing good.
I want
so
to
I'll tell
talk
'em
more
that.
about this, and we're going to. But first, Mark Menashe coming out against Mike Herzog. Menashe pulls out 32 off. Oop, we lost our sign.
I would say Menashe is a motivated man right now. I don't think he has liked the way he has skied. He hasn't skied. I won't say he doesn't like the way he skied, but he hasn't skied what he normally does.
Okay, so we've got Herzog coming. He's the lower seed. Menashe decided to go first. Herzog's behind the powder blue boat. Tell people how to get a hold of you in your agency. What is the name of the agency?
Dillinger Insurance. It's easy. Just look
Dillinger
up
Insurance.
Dillinger and
How do you spell that? I know it's a little bit tricky. Tell people how to spell
it's
it.
back here where I lost.
Yeah, go back to where you lost.
Herzog.
Well, you really have to go way
You
back
have to
here,
go
buddy. I mean, you're
way-
going
well,
back.
wait, not that
I mean,
far back,
You're
right
okay.
here.
DEH.
So DEH.
LINGER Insurance. Do you have a website?
Yes, it has a great commercial on it that Todd Risterselli did for me.
That's awesome.
There's
What's
a-
the name of
there's
the
this
website?
cool guy in a
What's the
gorilla
name of the
suit.
website?
DillingerInsurance.com.
Okay, and you can sell to anybody anywhere in Florida, no problem?
Just Florida. Yep.
Just Florida. Awesome. Well, there's over 1 million registered boats in Florida, so
We
that's
got a lot of skiers.
a lot of
Which
skiers.
is good.
If you're a skier, get your insurance from Mike Dillinger.
All right,
okay,
so here we go.
Here we go. Herzog from Texas.
Herzog, the guy, he took me out this morning.
From Texas.
We both missed 38, so he's due, and I'm sure he wants to get through 38 tail.
Looking pretty good so far.
Herzog got a slight advantage over me. He is 8 foot 4 inches tall to my
Strong guy.
5'9". He looked pretty good right there.
I'm going to head out because I'm skiing soon. Gentlemen,
All right. Bart's on his way out. And who do you have next round there, Bart? Ooh, you got Todd Johnson. Good for you.
If you've mentioned it or heard about it lately, S-Lines is the tournament rope we're using this weekend. A gentleman, Scott, I'm at a loss for his last name, but definitely Scott, out of Michigan, started S-Lines a few years back, and I'd say 50% of the tournaments were using S-Lines. They also started handles last year, and they offered up a deal, I believe, like on the day after Thanksgiving or something. I got a handle and a rope. I've been pretty happy with it. And none of the ropes broke while I was out skiing, so they must be pretty solid.
You tested them to their full ability right
yeah,
there.
I did.
Need that stretchometer. All right, so we're coming back in. This is 35 off. Mark Menashe with his pockets out. Always has his pockets out. That helps him slow down a little bit in the wind. That looked about as good as you can run one.
And the wind is up and down.
Throwing the fist. He's liking it. That's telling you that it's probably it's blowing pretty good out there, and he's just pumping himself up.
Who's our next skier?
Herzog coming back in. He'll be 35 off here. There shouldn't be any issue with him. He looked a little tentative on his 32 going that way, but you know he's up against one of the best 34 mile an hours around, so he's got his work cut out for him. I mean, he's definitely the underdog here, so
he's our 10th seed.
He needs to throw it out.
Going up against the 7th seed. So we're starting to get close where at that point there's probably not a lot of difference. You're negligible.
Herzog was about a 30 seed, and then he whooped my tail, so he took over the 10. So, but he's fully capable of running 38 in this tail. So
and he's used to winning, apparently.
Well, he's got the whole winning thing down. Anyway, he's coming back in. This will be 35 off. I don't anticipate any problems, but let's look for him to get a little more aggressive at this one to kind of, get the cobwebs off and get ready for that 38 tail.
I don't know, so far, nice, easy pass.
Yeah, Ski staying down in the water, is not having, he's almost too early at 4-ball there.
Not a problem.
So early going into 4-ball that he let up a little soon there and maybe didn't ride the rope quite as long as he should have. But you could definitely see, I mean, that wind, of course, makes it a tighter line or easier to keep a tighter line, but he was a lot more aggressive at the finish of the turns there. That was probably a really good one. And when you have a little mistake there like you did at 4, sometimes that'll help you because he survived it and had to really work to finish it out. He's like, okay, I got that stupid mistake out of the way, so now let's go do it.
Well, he didn't panic. I think it's so hard to not go into panic mode, and usually if you just make it up behind the boat, you'll be in good shape. So I mentioned those S lines. I know you thought, well, that's a pretty short rope. I can't do that. Well, they make the full length, so you can buy the whole rope, just in case you're worried. And they will restring your handles. I don't know about everyone else. Used to be I'd wear through my handle. All right, we'll tell that story later.
All right, Mark Menashe coming in. This is 38 tail. Now Mark's a lefty and will hammer 1, 3, and 5. So here comes 3.
He's running late.
So he had to hammer 3 and 5, but not crazy late, just down course and handled the tail. He didn't panic there. Like you were talking, he didn't panic. He knew he was down course a little bit off of that 2-ball turn.
I thought 3 looked like he was late and narrow. Like you said that I said, amazingly enough, he didn't panic, and by 6 he was in good shape. So not an issue.
But he's got a good, powerful 1-3 side. He's good all the way, but his 1-3 when he has to have it. So let's see here. Calm down a little bit, Wind. Calm down.
What's Herzog's first name?
Mike.
Mike Herzog.
So let's see if Mike can get through this one.
I started mentioning getting my handle restrung. It used to be you'd wear out the grip on your handles, but I haven't had my handles having that issue in a long time. It's always the strings. I get about a year out of them. And finding a place to restring them is not the easiest, but there are a few out there. Once it's a tailwind,
very
38
nice
off.
start. Good one. I got a little loose line at 2. Hammer it.
Oh,
Oh, we did the same thing in the first round. And, that was, I don't know that you could call the one any better than that. He came off of that tight line. Maybe he might have cut off the handle just a little bit early in 2-ball, which gave him a little slack line there.
it was almost like a little delay.
Yeah. I expect Menashe to give 39 a go here. Nope, I'm wrong. Once again, I'm wrong.
You notice that happens more and more as you get older?
Man.
Remember when we used to be right? All right, our next group will be Montgomery and Son.
The chopper.
Was it Mike's son? And
All right.
Darren Montgomery.
Menashe doing a little fist
Darren.
pumping there. Ran a beautiful 38 tail when he had to get after it. All right. Let's see here. So that one, Menashe's going to move on. So Mark is going to be skiing against Peckham in the next round. These are all going to be, these are going to be good matches. So
Going to be a
this
number
next
2 and
one
a
up
7.
is going to be Darren Montgomery and Greg Sund.
A 4 and a 13.
You gotta, the favorite there is definitely Darren, but Greg is another one of those guys that will just scrap his way to. He just keeps going. You think he's done and he's not. Darren is smooth all the time, and I don't see him scrap that much because he's usually really smooth and runs 39. So it's like he doesn't have to.
Johnson and Barton will be a fun one to watch. Those are both of those gentlemen are involved in putting this whole event together.
And we've got Seth Stisher and Todd Risterselli, who know each other extremely well. And they are both going to be talking smack from the dock and probably under the tents up there already.
The pressure's already on Seth. It's
we'll
got to
see.
be me, and I'm side bed.
That's right. And Seth's got all the pressure in the world on it.
All right, Darren elected to go first. Darren Montgomery, 32 off out of the water.
And for those of you that don't know, Darren's son is a heck of a musician, Ryan Montgomery. YouTube him or pull him up. He's a country music up and coming guy, and it is he's really good.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, it's pretty wild. I've pulled this stuff up, from the last year or two, and I mean he's legit. He's good. So it's kind of interesting.
Country's not like country when we were young. It's not the twangy.
No.
It's in fact, a lot of it reminds me more of like the Eagles and stuff from the 70s.
I'll say that there's a lot more women running around in the videos that Ryan has. So, he's a good-looking young kid.
Oh man, we'll check it out.
Listen, tournament season's over. I can eat cookies. Woohoo! My wife is loving it.
Your wife's loving.
Honey, we've
that
reached the promised land.
we can eat cookies.
I eat like an angel for months at a time. There you go, doing the same thing. Come on over here.
I tried for you, Mike.
Listen, we had it picked. If I got through, I'd have whooped his tail that time, but I didn't. You let me down is what happened right there. So what happened out there? You had a beautiful start.
I don't know.
Your one
It was
ball
an
was
awesome
as good as you could do.
Yeah, it was great. I just came up a little early.
3. I didn't want to pull too long. My 32 was a little loose, so I was trying to make sure that didn't happen, but it was awesome. So I'll get him next time.
All right, so we got Greg Sund. He's coming in at 32. You know, that 2-ball down there going that direction is getting everybody, and I almost think it's like you just got to crank it. You got to kill the 2-ball because the wind is pushing along on it, and everybody ends up with a little slack coming out of 2 to get it, but good skiing. Listen, you took down a very important guy earlier, so you should be happy with that. That's all I'm saying.
That was just an opening pass, and you on the video, you may not be able to see the wind, but it truly just gusted up a bunch as he was skiing. And you could see it pushing him, and he just kept skiing, but a little bit of tail rise, a little bit of running later. But now they're going to have a nice, easy 35 off into the wind. If 35 would be easy.
Well, this area right here, it's, you know, it makes it a little tougher because it's a little straighter in from this end, and you get a little backwash off of the green over here. So you have to be careful or cognizant of it, so that when you're going to pull out for your gates here, you got to be solid, because you'll feel the little bumps. And what people tend to do is they lighten up a little bit through the chatter, and instead you almost got to go a little harder because your ski's not biting the whole time.
And it's right as you're starting to pull out. I noticed that the first day I skied.
But then once you're in position to pull through the gates, it's fine. There's nothing there, and you're fine. You just have to. This is a little unnerving if they haven't skied it.
It just makes you wonder if the rest of the course is going to be that way. But it's not.
We're going to have to get a ruling if somebody gets hit with a golf ball, because that was a golf ball that just landed right here.
Was it?
Yes.
I don't fish
right
that
here,
jumped. 35 off out on the water, Darren Montgomery. Darren from Texas, is that what I heard?
No, Darren's a West Palmer.
West
Palm Beach, Okehele. And that looked beautiful. I'll tell you, you know, on his 2-4 there, you can see that's his offside. He's a lefty. But when he's getting the ski as wet as he was right there on 2-4, that's when he looks really good. So he's looked really good this week. I think he's going to be one of the forces here. You know, he's obviously the higher seed here, and Greg is definitely the underdog in this match. But I look for him to probably move on. I think he's going to take Greg out here. Darren looks like a man possessed. He had I know he was trying different skis earlier in the season, and he's been on
white.
That's a Denali. That's a Denali, and he's been on a couple of different ones, and I think he's found the right one and the right setup, and has everything working for him. So,
Adam Caldwell was out here skiing on Thursday, the warm-up tournament.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're coming back in. Here comes the chopper. And we don't expect, he got stretched out at 2-ball, but he's going to pull his way through this. The chopper doesn't miss 35. He's a little all over the deck, dropping his head there a little bit, but get his attention. Yeah, he's not happy with that pass, but maybe that'll fire him up for his 38. He was definitely not where he wanted to be.
Giving it the head pull isn't the right move, but it's what we all end up doing. We feel, not everyone, but I'll say it's my go-to move. Usually my offside pull.
Yeah, just duck. You get more weight on that side of the ski and go.
I don't know. I need less weight on my ski.
So, Mike Columbine, come on over here. Tell us how it was to go against the #1 seed. We had our money on you. Not a lot of money. We weren't going to put a lot of money on it, but a little bit of money on it.
It'd be a bad bet.
It was.
I was hoping
they were giving us big odds for a quarter.
I was hoping his jet lag would kick in about half course, but no luck.
He looked pretty solid through his 38. So.
Sure did. Yeah, but even the top seed guy I heard can't run his second pass once in a while, but it wasn't him.
Everybody wants to give Seth a bunch of garbage until he wins.
Darren Montgomery out there, 38 off.
Goes Darren. Let's see if he can get through this 38 tail. Oh, that's a good position for the gate. Beautiful 1. Nice 2. 3. Look at how that ski on, that's just a cakewalk 38. That was the best 38. Maybe Jeremy's would rival that, but you know what? When he keeps the ski down on his offside turn, I mean, that looked phenomenal. Each side, that ski was down and he was off to the next, but there was no rope. There was no slack anywhere in that pass, and he was just on it. And then he hammers the hell out of 135. So there's He's not really a dark horse to win anything. I mean, he's a 4th seed. But
Well, I like to say
it
what
looks
I
good.
call is rope manipulation. He had none of it. He didn't have to. It's just around, down, and on.
Yeah, and from the gate on, beautiful gate. He let none of this stuff bother him at all, and was perfect all the way down the course. I don't think you're going to see one cleaner than that.
I just made that up. You can use it. But the rope manipulation, I mean, you come around and you're doing this.
Well, here's
you're doing
listen,
this.
rope manipulation. We're about to see that. So
Is that what we're going to see?
the chopper will manipulate things, and he will scramble. And I tell you what, my bet is Greg gets through this. It's not going to look as pretty as the last one. But
where's Greg from?
Greg is a New Yorker, but he's also West Palmish.
It's a pretty solid one.
There you go. Off to the races. Come on, baby. Hammer 4. Oh!
He's in it.
Ah. 4-ball caught him. I thought off at 3 he had it, and then he got stuck on the tail at 4-ball a little bit.
Yeah, that right there was a good example of what I'm calling rope manipulation. Each time he had to move that rope high or low to get his body where he needed it to be. But he was handling it pretty good. From here, it looked like he could have got around 5 and kept going. He did get around 5, but it looked like he could have turned it. But we're at a distance, and what's going on down there is a lot different than what we're seeing.
Yeah, I think the 4-ball, he just didn't. It wasn't patient enough over there. I really don't think he was. It didn't look like he was late enough that he couldn't have done that. But I think he just kind of that's one of those little bit of a panic sets in, and he tried to go too quick off of the 4. If he would have just waited till that ski got around and got a tighter line, I think he's out the gates on that one. But
when you see some of the really good skiers, not that he's not, everyone on this list is a really good skier, they wouldn't be here. But when you see the amazing ones, what they're so good at is even messing up, they just wait and they hit it from wake to wake, or a little bit before the wake to the middle of the wake, and they keep going. And what happens to me is I get a little narrow and then I kill it all the way. And then the next thing I'm just making a screaming turn, which is why I'm announcing instead of skiing.
Well, they're coming back down. Darren is he's not worried about running 39 for exhibition, so he is here comes the chopper.
Our next skiers will be Seth Stisser and Todd Rostarelli, a 3rd and a 14th seed.
Quit flapping your gums. Get up here and tell us about it. You see, the chopper, as I've mentioned, you can't stop him. He just talk. I'm sure he's been yakking the whole time. He talks to himself in the middle of the course.
Well,
A valiant effort, though. A valiant effort, Greg. Come on up. Tell us about it. All right, so
he says it was amazing.
Darren Montgomery, moving on here. So our next one from ski order 21, we're going ski order 22. Seth Stisher and Todd Riccicelli, the Predator editor from Water Ski Magazine. Todd's due. This could be, they're both talking smack because they know each other very well. Although Seth's probably going out first to just get the hell away from Todd.
Seth is out first. Seth's our world champion this year.
And look at that water settle in right there.
Some guys get all the breaks.
Seth, living right, getting a glass.
I mean, it almost feels like no wind right this moment.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So Seth was just back from Spain, from the world, what is it, 35 and older worlds, where he took first place. I can't tell you his score or any other great details, but I came up with that knowledge, which is pretty amazing.
5.5 at 39. And I think he ran 39 in a prelim. He's been on fire, And then the other day he comes out here, and this happens to anybody. His second pass, he missed the handle at 1. He won at 35. He goes to reach, and I could see him reaching, and it just never got there. And he's gone, and everybody's standing there scratching their head. But
My
He
take
laughed about it and then ran 4:39 in the next round.
my takeaway from that was for one round, I beat a world champion.
Greg, get on over here. Talk between the skiers here. Tell us, listen, all the smart money was on Darren, and it was smart money, obviously, but you were right there. No, we talked about you. We're like, I predicted you were getting through that 38, and what happened at 4-ball? Because you came off at 3. Did you give it up a little early into it?
Okay.
And
we'll
this will
watch
be
the
Todd
skier now.
Ristricelli. We'll watch him while Greg's talking because Todd's not going to miss 32 off. He's going to be nice and smooth style. So tell us what happened there. You had a good start at 38. You 1, 2, and 3. Looked good. I was like, typically good. You had a great one. You're nice and hard. And out to 2. I was like, all right.
That was my best gate and my best one buoy that I've had
on the weekend.
It just felt so good. Light tailwind, that was the one. Early out of 1, backside of 2. Came out of 3 early, and then just I hesitated just a touch at 4 buoy instead of just doing my normal turn, and then that was it. I went a little long down course, and I knew I was like right then and there. I just barely made it around 5, and then that was it. And Darren deserves it. He's skiing well, and I wish I would have came back at 39 against him, but that's how the ski rolls. So,
well, my thoughts are, and we were talking about different styles, and you're a little more scrappier, but Darren was beautiful on the 38 tail. It was the best 38 tail we've seen all weekend. Yesterday and today. You couldn't run that. His ski was wet 2-4. Really nice finish on his offside. I'm like, when he's doing that on his offside, you got to run 39. If you both ran
almost.
that,
yeah. I wanted to give him a run for his money, and it's skiing, and this is a great format, the head-to-head, and I'm really glad I came down, and thanks
good
a
skiing.
lot.
You
Thanks
come
for all
down,
the
you come
sponsors.
up. You're West Palm,
well,
you're New York.
Long Island,
Yeah,
Palm
okay.
Beach. Now the golf season starts.
Well, hey, good job, good skiing. If your guy wins, you can say you took second.
That's it. I want to say hi to the family back there, and
all right, here we go. This is Seth coming back, 35 off, making it look pretty like he normally does. Walking park, very smooth. He really keeps the ski moving through the turns. You can see him at one of the prettiest skiers, pretty skiers, not pretty. But anyway, the way his ski moves through the turn, he really keeps the ski moving. He uses his lower body to push it out in front, and it comes around nicely right underneath him. Everything just stays moving. Rarely do you see him, stop and go and hammer and start doing the scrambling like so many do.
I think his skiing leads to being able to ski longer as far as age-wise and more sets a day, because that's a lot easier on your body. And that's what we should all try to achieve, easier on our bodies.
You think?
Well,
let's see here. Toddy be coming back here.
Although apparently he can't swim because he got on the back platform. That's the problem with wearing those little thin jackets. They just don't keep you up high enough. You about drowned while you're floating there.
Well, I like yours, Jeff Rogers style. That's good stuff.
Well, that's the only thing I've got with Jeff Rogers style.
Keeping that company in business.
Well, they told me I had to get my elbows closer to my chest, to my body, so I just bought a thicker jacket.
That's good stuff. All right, here comes Todd coming in here. 35 off. Should not be an issue for him.
I would say this pass, he's equally as smooth as what we just seen out of Seth.
That's about as simple and easy as it gets.
Now, if you've never followed him on, I think it's Instagram or one of those social media things, Swerve Master, he puts out a lot of hilarious stuff.
Swerve Master T. I ski with Todd daily, so it's an adventure.
I'll just sit there and laugh. Little short things. He's doing amazing feats of fitness that I only wished I could do. But it's pretty funny stuff.
He has been my training partner for like 20 years.
So must not take.
It's like
must not have took.
Yeah, I don't have that style.
Well, you're probably driving. You don't really get to watch. All right, they're going to be coming back at 38. Since I've been here, this is the best conditions so far of the day.
Yeah, we're right now. That's as good as it's. That's probably as good as it's going to get all day. This is perfect. Our palm trees are just waffling a little bit in the wind, and that's it.
I'm expecting both of them to run this.
Oh,
that was actually a little bit of a hot.
little quick off the wake at 2, but he's okay. And out the gates, he got into a little trouble at 2 ball. Like he blasted by it, just didn't have the tight line coming off at 2, and he just carried that all the way down the course. Didn't panic. Wasn't enough to knock him off, but he just, that's the thing with these boats. It's hard to get back. It's almost like you got to maintain. If you fall behind, the boat reacts so quick that it's not the old days where you could just hammer it and then the boat stops and then gives you the slingshot across to get back in front of it. So by being such a straight freight train on it, it's all about the body and manipulating the rope a little bit to stay with it. And he just stayed with it, hung with it the rest of the way. 3, 4, 5, and 6 weren't typical Seth turns, but he just managed it and scrapped his way out of it.
But it was perfect pass. I swear, a bigger guy, we could manipulate that boat, just drag it down just a little bit, and then right about as we were wanting to switch edges and be tossed out there, the boat would engage and we just get tossed out there. Or if we got in trouble,
all right, here
those
comes
days
Todd.
are gone.
We got 38. The wind is still right for him. I say he's going to run this. Todd is a lefty. Just like Seth, he will hammer his 135. That looks pretty good. Oh, come on now. Hammer. He's in it. Come on. Hammer 5.
Oh! It looked like he was getting stood up the last couple of buoys. Just a little bit. Not crazy, but then enough that by 5.
He couldn't hold the 4.
I am assuming by the time he got down there, there was a lot more wind down there than what we are feeling here. Yep. And
I thought we were going to have both of them into 39, but that's next time out there. I'm sure.
So Seth moved on.
Seth, we're hearing, is going to go ahead and take a run at 39. Now, he didn't come down and ski the Thursday tournament, and 3 passes here. I think he wants another one. He's not. We're already into the final. Well, he'll be in the final 8s here, so it's not like he's going to ski 5 sets today. So he's going to go ahead and see what 39 feels like coming this direction. And
this is doable because it's just a little bit of a headwind. I think if he can get past 3 ball and in good shape, he's going to be past the heavy wind, and it should be doable.
He's already won this bracket.
He's done. This is for rankings, and just there's nothing greater than getting into 39 and doing great.
All right, so here comes Seth. Good one.
He's looking solid.
A little slow 2 ball, but he gets a nice 3. Yeah, just a little down course, I think, at 3. The 2 ball did not come around as quick as he needed. He might have, you can't tell if it's blowing hard enough down there. It'll put the ski a little bit behind you when you let off, and he just didn't have enough turn there at 2 ball to make that happen.
Looked good out of 1.
Yeah,
that was a solid 1
there.
Our next group will be Todd Johnson and Barton Rockwall. They are 2 of instrumental people. I know there's some others, but the only 2 that are competing against each other and organizing this event this weekend. And I'm fairly certain the other 55K left. So lately we've been having 2 a year. one was in June, and one is this time of the year, and the same thing is going to happen next year.
I'm sure we'll get Todd up here to come tell us how we screwed that up with a start like that. I don't know.
So we're getting down to our last two groups to get down to our final 8. We got Todd Johnson and Barton Rockwell, and then our next group after that will be Michael Robinson, and I'm not sure how to pronounce this name, Linthauser?
Nick Luthauser.
And what's Luthauser's first name? Nick Luthauser. He's a young guy, right? Younger.
Yeah, he's like 28.
Yeah.
Should be disqualified.
Yeah.
So, you know, like the little leagues where it's, you know, birth certificate. You'd probably want to see that one, but it's all right. It's all fun.
Probably just hurts your feelings if you saw that one. Of course, mine would make you feel much better. These youngsters, whippersnappers.
We talked earlier about a couple of our sponsors. One of them is H2OProShop.com. They're a great place to buy nearly all of your water ski needs. They can get them to you the next day or so. Looking to go out first, or had to go out first, Todd Johnson.
Yeah, yeah, that's Todd.
Canadian, all the way from Canada. That's where they go.
Via Texas. Isn't he in Texas now?
I
think he's in Texas.
Well, he lost his accent, so I'm not sure.
So does he fall 13 or 32 off in Canada?
Huh.
Where do they stand on that issue?
They're the metric. I think United States is about the only ones to 32 off.
Well, that's a much easier system than ours. Well, you're like falling, Brett, you're falling behind. There's like two.
Let me ride in there.
There's like 2 names. You don't like my riding?
No, I don't.
You probably
Two off. Fairly easy pass for everyone here. A little bit of a tailwind. A lot worse when you get down to 5 and 6. But no one, as of lately, has missed this. Probably since we had a preliminary finals last night. We narrowed 30-some people down to 24 groups. Unfortunately, I didn't make it through that cut. Nearly did. I mean, it was amazing. In the gust, it was white capping. And
this is glass. This is glass compared to what you skied in. A guy that skied against you even had calmer water. It was ridiculous.
It was up and down.
We looked. I was thinking of calling something on the judges to say if there was a fair condition for you, but
if I'd have skied better, I'd have done better.
All right, so here we go. Barton coming in, 32 off.
Barton also is a former USA Nationals champion.
Whoa,
Gets a little on the
stretch out at
tail.
one there. Relax. All right, now he's back on the rope to finish it up.
Little scare out there, makes your mind kind of start racing when you ride on your number one ball in your opening pass. You start thinking, oh no, oh no, what was that? I can't ruin this all.
The embarrassment. Have to do the swim of shame.
If he'd have come in, he'd have swam over to the golf course. He would not have come in on this side. He would have avoided the microphone at that point. That's the only time he would have avoided the microphone.
Oh no, he would manned up and came over here and told us how the boat driver messed him up. I'm kidding, he wouldn't have done that. And he for sure wouldn't have said anything about those amazing S-line ropes, by the way, we're using out there. And as I mentioned earlier, not one of us broke and no one's complained about any of them. They're a fairly new company out of Michigan, S-line ropes. I'm guessing it's slines.com, but you can just do a search on Bing.
Oh, you don't like Google, huh?
Search engine at AOL, pull it up, no problems.
All right, here we go with Todd Johnson coming back in. This is 35 off. Todd's another one that's pretty stylish. Got a nice long reach. He's 6 foot something. No issues on that. A little tip rise there when he was just almost done with the course. Starting to think about his 38.
You know, we're watching everyone ski and they're running 35s, 32s, and we're like, they're out there 35 like it's nothing. 35 is a very hard pass. I mean, they're making it look easy because of the time and effort and everything else. It's still not a gimme. And what kills me is, of course, you Floridians don't worry about this as much, but I usually have 3 or 4 months off, and then I'll go out into 60-degree water and ski. It's like I'm struggling to run 28s and 32s, and then when you finally run a 35, you think, man, that's a hard pass. I missed a 35 yesterday.
I still can't understand why anybody lives up there.
Well, it's cheap to live and family, and I've been in Florida in August and July, and then we can't figure out why you'd want to live here when it's beautiful in Indiana.
Just got to be in the water.
Plus, if something bad happens here, we've got plenty of food in Indiana. It's out in every field just waiting to be eaten. And we have eggs on every corner.
Look at you with the nuclear holocaust.
I know. We're the breadbasket of the world, and where do people go to play basketball? Indiana. Or you want to drive fast cars? Indiana.
Here we go. Barton coming back in. See if he can make this 35 look
much better
pretty.
start.
We do have some racing down here at a place called Daytona. Hang on there, Bart. What was that about? All right, he's back in it. All right, so he got one of those little scare turns there at 4 ball to kind of get his attention. So,
at Daytona, you mean the warm-up place?
The Super Bowl of racing.
Yeah, I can say all that, but you know how many people flock to Florida from Indiana and every chance they get, all of us.
February.
They flock back.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a 38 coming up here. This is the wind's been settling down a little bit here. This is much nicer. Look at one; it's almost in glass over there. So we're looking pretty good here. Todd Johnson will be coming in first. I'm not even going out on a limb. He's going to run 38 in this. Oh, I spoke too soon. Look at those palm trees starting to give it a little. Well, the boat's going to beat the wind, so we're going to be fine. He's going to have calm wind the whole way. He's got a little tailwind, a little 8-mile-an-hour tail, but this is great conditions. This is as good as we've had all day. So let's see if Todd can get through it.
It's a nice, easy one. Got a little slack out of 2.
Yeah, he
a lot
seems to be
more
going
slack
a little
out of
easy.
3.
And that was a good tight line off of 4, and shoot.
Now that's a pass you would call being patient, because if you watched, one was great. Every buoy after that, a little bit of slack, but he didn't give it the head twist, didn't give it the pull over your head like I do. He just brought it in, kept going, was patient. That's the way you do it.
There you go, 38 drops.
And we got Barton. Barton has ran 38 a couple times this weekend, and in the warm-up tournament. We had a warm-up tournament on Thursday, so a lot of guys that are skiing this tournament was able to ski Thursday. It was windy also, but I don't think it was as windy on Thursday.
Yeah, it was windier than what he just ran in, but you know, today we've had it's been some up and down 20-mile-an-hour winds.
I mentioned earlier Barton's a former national champion, but he's also, and I don't know everything about it, but an incredible snow skier, and I know he competed not professionally probably, but you know, at least in like the local places, and his kids are very well up into it, like almost Olympic level or trying to get there.
Well, let's see what he's got here for 38 tail. Nice wind. They got the wind. This matchup has got the good conditions for it. Let's see.
Not the one he wanted.
I don't think 38's going to happen on that.
He got stood up Well, I don't know.
Oh my goodness, if he gets out.
3.5.
Yeah, it's it's so tough to recover from a start like that. Like I was talking before, it's the way the boat runs. It's not the old system. The zero off keeps the boat right down the middle, keeps the boat, well, it's right down the middle. The power's on it, so you just don't have those fluctuations where he can hammer a buoy to get back in it. You've got to kind of piece your way back into a pass after that. Not panic and try to make up just a little bit at each buoy, but you're still being aggressive. It's hard to do. But when you point the ski like that right off of one and at the boat, it's tough to make that back. Your slack at one is the problem. He just back to the gate there, didn't have the gate and set up going into one that he wanted. Is he going to ski back? All right, so we're going to see what Todd's got at 39. He has elected to ski on. He's got, it's the perfect time for it because he's got a nice little headwind here. It's not too strong. It's trying to freshen up down here at the end, but I think he's still got good water in the course.
We should see a slack at 38. That the wind helped get rid of that. So
yeah,
smooth. Other than that one issue.
I predict. I tell you what, I think he's going to run this.
He ran it yesterday.
Oh, Todd.
Yeah.
You know what? Why did I say that?
I didn't think he was going to run it.
Why did Why did I say that?
I thought he had a good chance also.
I jinxed him so bad.
It amazes me every time how important that one ball is, and it's the buoy that we have the most time to set up and concentrate and think about. And it's the buoy that tends to set or destroy the whole pass.
Well, I won't do that again. I'm not going to predict people again. Don't anybody tell Todd that I said he was going to run this coming into it. But anywho, he gets through, so he advances.
We have one more group. It's Michael Robinson and Nick Luthenhauser. I'm sure I'm bad that last name, but I'm somewhere close. And that will be our final group in that bracket, and that'll bring us down to the top 8, where we will have Jeremy Newby, Kim Contos, that's his dad, Casey Contos, Darren Montgomery, Todd Johnson, and some others that I can't remember, but I'll tell you in a second.
Let's see, who's Jason Peckham going up against next?
He'll be going up against Minoski.
Oh, boy. Okay, good one.
And then Seth and the winner of this one. So we're going to have a 1 and an 8, a 4 and a 5, a 2 and a 7, and a 3 and a 6 or 11. Michael Robinson hit his head. Was that the Thursday tournament? Got stitches in his head, so he's wearing a headband, but he's still giving it his all. It looks like he is going second.
All right, so we've got Nick coming out first.
.32 off. Pretty much a cakewalk, another nice, easy walk in the park. And I don't know if we've mentioned it, but we haven't really talked much about the boats since I've been up here, but both of these boats are Ski Nautiques. I believe they're the 200 series, but I wouldn't swear to that.
No, that's the new Nautique.
It's the new Nautique. They, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, in the last couple of years, we've had a thing called SurePath. And there's actually, through an app on the phone, it's set up inside your boat, and it can show the driver, and it goes also to the judges thing, so they know if the boat's too much to the right or too much to the left, and it's in centimeters. I mean, it narrows it way down tight. Helps you drive better, but it's also at the record capable and L capables. I believe even E's, you have to have it in the boat. And there's a maximum deviation throughout the whole course, and then a maximum deviation per buoy. So And I don't think we've had any reruns or anything, but it's still the driver driving the boat. It's just this thing saying or showing what they're doing wrong or right.
All right, so here we go. We've got next skier on the water. Here comes Michael Robinson coming out at 32. Wind freshening up a little bit there, but there shouldn't be any issue. Bart, after that one ball, I counted you out at 1, and then you kept going, and I'm like, Chris going, oh my God, you might finish this.
We're back in it. Well, so I went a little too early when I went through the gate, so I was going straight at one ball. And I was really down course with the tip up when I hooked up at 1. It was not a good one ball, like you said. But actually, the way I hooked up out of 2, I thought, you know what, I can manage my way back into this pass. But the thing is, I did the same thing at 3 that I did at 1. I went to the tail, tip came up, and there was just no way for me to I needed to make incremental more gains, the next incremental when I got to 3 ball, but I actually went backwards in terms of
that's
making
what
up
we
for
were
it.
just bringing up. It's like you can't do it all with one buoy, but each buoy, if you could get a little better, you get right back into it.
Well, I needed to do that at 3,
there.
and I didn't do it. But had I done it, I think I would have actually gotten out the gates despite the terrible one ball. But I was just telling people, the wind is very challenging, so everybody's trying to, take that 38 tailgate just right. But there's no shame in losing to Todd. Todd is an amazing skier, and 2010 35+ world champion. He's on another level. So I wish that we would have settled it at 39.
All right, here we come, 35 off. And this is Nick looking nice and smooth and tall. No issues there. Yeah, nice tight line the whole way through. So, this is a good warm-up, that 35 coming into the wind.
So, yeah, had a lot of fun. It was nice to go against Todd. I don't think we've ever had a head-to-head against each other, and I went up to him beforehand. I said, do you have any advice for me skiing against you? And he said, no. No. I said, will you ever have advice for me skiing against you? He said, no. So I tried, but
my advice is good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah. Anyway, thanks, guys.
Still good skiing, Bart. There goes Barton, former USA water ski champion, national champion. Is that 2018? 2017. Remembers it like it was yesterday.
What was your title there, Chris?
2019. Glad you brought that up. The year was 2019.
2019.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
2020.
17th seed. And waited through everyone to make it out.
Oh, I watched it live. We still don't know if they shortened that
Next
rope.
to my wedding date, the best day of my life.
Oh, Mr. Robinson, easy there off of 4, buddy. There you go. There you go. Up, that got his attention a little bit. But Mike had a severe shot to the head on Thursday, so he may have miscounted those buoys, and thought he had 6 and was just coming up and remembered in time. Head trauma.
Yeah, I talked to him the other day. He sounded a little funny.
He always sounds funny. He got that drawl thing going on.
Is it North Carolina? South
Carolina. Yeah. Wait a minute, you got to go deep. What are you talking about?
We're not here to
Charleston. Yeah. He's been a Charleston fixture forever. All right, so they'll be coming back in here at 38. Oh.
Johnson's?
Robinson.
Robinson?
They are reviewing some gates. 35.
So for those of you who don't know, you do have to go through the buoys before you head to 1. You got to exit the 2 buoys, and there's cameras pointed on them. So the camera, so as a judge, you're sitting in the middle of the course looking at watching, counting buoys, but then you look down at the screen to see, make sure the skier's going through the buoys. And if they're unsure or they get a disagreement and judge,
gates are good.
Official. But they can review them, they can back it up on the video and watch it slow-mo, frame by frame. So,
All right, so here we go. That gave Nick a few extra seconds of rest, and I think the wind is still down. The wind's down. Oh, not as good a one as he wanted, but he's still in this. Oh, that's the youth cranking out a 4-ball. Holy cow, to get out the gates on that.
He had slack out of 1, he had slack out of 2, looked a little bit better 3 and 4, and then slack from 4 to 5. That was pretty incredible. That's how we used to do it, right?
My back hurts just watching that.
We have memories of skiing like that. Oh my goodness, that was great. What's he about 30?
Yeah. Celebrated his birthday.
Like half your age.
Well, that was pretty good with a straight out 1 ball. He just didn't get the gate. I don't think he got wide enough. You know, right through here with this little bit of nervous water here that bounces off of the green, you just got to be aggressive to get out wide and get it in the right position. I think he was just a little short, and that caused him to take a little straighter path to 1. So we'll see if Mr. Robinson can negotiate things a little better.
I'm surprised they never dumped some riprap in along that or something. Just keep
well,
it
when
down.
they normally ski it, if you don't have 2 boats down here, you can kind of wrap around it a little bit more, and your startup comes more at this announcer's area.
38 off, Michael Robinson, South Carolina.
Yeah.
Pretty good one. A little
I didn't think
delay.
he got as much at gate, but he's hanging in there. Let's see. Good 4. And out the gate.
That was a
baby.
pretty solid pass.
Very nice. I did not think he got as good a 1 as he wanted, but it wasn't horrible, and he just stayed with it the whole way down. Really got a nice 4-ball there, keeping the ski and the line nice and tight.
Maybe a little hit out of 1, but it didn't change his body position, and then he didn't go crazy and pull too long. I noticed when Barton was up here giving his play-by-play, I think, man, my thoughts in my head when I'm skiing is like, get it, pull longer, you know, and then he's got playing. I'm like, man, how does he go out there and do all that? All I'm thinking is crazy thoughts. Maybe that's why I'm not skiing today.
I don't know. I don't think he actually thinks that clearly out there. I think he's a lawyer, so what they do is he gets in over and thinks about what he's going to say, and then comes up and does that. So,
maybe he's out there. If I can negotiate with this buoy, I may be able to get around it.
So what are we going to have here? 39. This is the first match. Is this the first match that's gone fully to 39?
You're right. We're both.
I think we are here.
38.
38. So we're rocking.
Our first 39 settlement.
I think I'm going to give it to the tall, lanky, young kid.
Yeah.
If I had to pick one here, if my money was on one.
I think he has more room.
He looked
for
really
stake.
good at 39 the other day on Thursday, like he was going to run it and then just mess something up. Really nice one.
Well, he's waiting on 2.
Good 2. Oh, boy, this
Boy.
might go down.
Boy,
Now, he
going
did
in-
not look bad there.
I
He
was
must
go-
have been later than we thought.
Going
Maybe he-
into it, looked like he had that. I mean, he was waiting on 2-ball.
Nice ski, nice ski. But you know, I think that might have cost him because he had such a good 1-ball. Waiting because he was a little early at 2, it caused him to wait on the buoy, and he came out a little flatter than what it looks like from this angle. And I think that's what caused him to just be a little bit late into 3 and then decide
able
that
to-
4 was it.
Wasn't quite able to get the ski to come around out of 2 because
Yeah.
of being a little flat out there.
And I think, you know, if he takes the shot there at 4-ball, he could have turned that and given it a go, but if he gets 3.5, that's a huge difference for Mike. If Mike only has to get a 4, but now he's basically made Mike get a piece of 5-ball.
And Mike
to
can
take him
do
out.
it, but it's not a. I'm
Yeah.
guessing it's not an everyday occurrence for Mike.
Mike is usually the 2 to 4 at 39, capable of running it, but 2 to 4 is the normal spot, so it's within reach. He's run plenty of 39s in the past. That would mean it do, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Well, we've only seen over the weekend 2 39 offs.
Mm-hmm. All right, here he comes. Here comes the gate. Looked a little wider on the.
Oh, that looked
came
like a
up
good
little
one.
Funky. Yeah, he came up a little funky into one. He had a good gait there, but it looked like he changed edges too soon, and then the ski started to get behind him as he was waiting on one. So I liked his gait better there, except I think he just didn't hold that pull long enough. You're coming back into that headwind, you got to hold it. So
All right, that concludes our bracket there, and we're going to go right into the final 8. This will be Jeremy Newby, Casey Contos, Darren Montgomery, Todd Johnson. Oh, what's Beckham's first name?
Jason Beckham.
Jason Beckham.
Mark Menashe.
Seth Stisser. And
all right, so this next final 8, we're going to be going off the dock at 35. Oh, when did that happen?
2 weeks ago.
Ouch. Ouch with that ankle. So, 35 off starts.
I predict we're going to see more 38 offs ran this time. We've seen quite a few of them then, but a lot more. And then we're going to get to see probably a lot of 2s and 3s at 39 would be my guess.
You might see every one of these guys run 38. If the winds will stay here, if we don't get crazy on the hard headwind, if it just stays 10 mile an hour like we have right now, I think it might be an even bet. It might be 50-50 whether you see everybody run 38 coming back, because they're going to have a 35. They're all going to have a nice headwind coming in. So
Thinking we're going
let's
to have
see.
a
Hopefully.
little bit of a break here while they probably switch off drivers and or gas up both. I'm just not sure, but it's not happening right away. We'll take a time and tell you about some of our sponsors. Do we mention H2OProShop.com?
I don't know where Terrence is. He's hiding down there.
Terrence owns that. I believe it's in conjunction with the marina. And is that out New York? Is that what I remember? But I know I bought some stuff from him, pretty much had it the next day, answered all my questions online, got what I needed quickly.
Terrence, if you're down there hiding from the camera, come on up here. Talk.
We also have S-Lines, a newer company, started just the last couple of years in Michigan. They've done a great job. They introduced handles to their product last year or the year before, and I have 2 of them. Both are great with them. I like the bent ones. They sent me those. They also can restring your handles. Do as they will. Some companies like to do that. Good Water has been an innovator in water ski products, mostly water skis. Some of the first carbon skis came out of them, and they've been a sponsor not only this event, but all the big dogs, the nationals, and I'm certain a lot of other ones I don't know about, probably most of the pro tournaments. Who else do we have out there as sponsors I'm forgetting about? Nautique boats. Both the boats out there are the Nautiques. Probably one of the most popular strictly ski boats, but they also have a whole line of wake surfing or wakeboarding. The wind just picked up. Don't go away. Stay tuned. We're just moments away, but I'm guessing we're 5 moments away.
Sharon, did you do that skiing? I'm not curious about that at all.
Correcting my moments or minutes. It's both. As if we're just 5 moments away. So what are you doing watching this? Great, how you doing?
Get a shot of the. See who's who.
Give you the full view, the full Monty. Mr. Menashe, come on over here. Tell us how it's what's the strategy for the next one. We got some heavyweight matches coming up here. You get the young tall Conor McGregor.
Yeah, that's true.
What's your plan for that?
My plan is to do what I did in the first round. I actually kind of feel pretty comfortable with that tailwind. So I feel pretty good with that tailwind. I think I know what I got to do on that headwind, especially down there at that one ball is a little bit tricky. And 39, man, when we both get into there, let's just see what happens. Yeah. So he gets to go first, which is, good for him. He gets that half point or half buoy advantage. But I know what I have to get.
Well, I got to say, I've watched all of your rounds, and you have had 2 rounds in the strongest, probably one of the strongest tailwinds out here, and you're getting through it.
Yeah,
and that one there, you had it wasn't as clean as your other ones, but you didn't panic, and you just stayed with it, and you were like, all I got to do is just keep running buoys, keep running. You never got any later, and you just stayed with it. I'm like, and then you hammered 5 ball, and it was like, it's over. It was gone.
It felt really good. Sometimes those tailwinds are nice. You don't have that wind kind of blasting you in the face. You're kind of left alone, and it's a little bit tricky, but if you just kind of don't accelerate and you come at the ball and just dig, you're in good shape. So, like I said, I feel pretty comfortable with that tailwind. So it's a great lake. The boats are awesome. They're so dialed in. It's just amazing. The drivers are amazing, and it's one of the best places in the world.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's great. So, anyways,
well, you're good. Good luck.
Thanks. Looking forward to the next round.
This whole next series, every match is looking tough. All right, so Mark, now he's in walk mode right now. You can see his back pockets are in. Okay, this is walk mode. He's looking for speed right now when he's walking. So you walk with packets, but once he gets in the water.
I actually had some of my swimsuit pockets sewed down so that would there was giving me a bunch of crap. Probably you giving me a bunch of crap, so I had the pocket sewed on one of them.
I can't believe that I would have talked or said something like that. I don't know. It's not like me.
So, did you go?
I like your thought.
I want to be liked. I don't know you well enough to like it yet. I don't dislike it. Step in the right direction.
That's right. You're not off yet.
Still in the wheel. All right. No, I gave it a rest.
Grab it. Camille's correcting my grammar.
Oh, was that I didn't notice.
Just grab it before Bart gets back up there. You never get it back, eh?
Well, he's due. He can talk. He has a lot of stuff I don't know about.
Okay, how'd Todd do?
Todd did pretty good. He
Is he moving on, or
no.
was that his last ride?
He missed 38, and who beat him? Seth. Seth beat him. So he had 5 though. He was close. He just ran out of line at the end. Just kept getting later and later. Couldn't get back to doing it.
We're not changing up drivers. I'm surprised those guys weren't just sitting down there ready to go, standing around ready to go. But I suppose.
Say Same drivers? We're not sure. He would know, but he just walked away.
What's that? No, we're not switching drivers or boats or anything.
Same drivers, same boat.
Yep. So we're still going to have, we got Keith Albritton. He's going to be driving one boat, and then you got Jeff Gilbert's driving the Baby Blue boat. And I think they're just taking, I guess they got a few minutes to get them some food.
I believe our first group is going to be Casey Contos, a number 8, going against Jeremy Newbie Ricci. Ricci. All right, we have skiers on the dock. We have a boat going down the way. It's a simulation pass. That way, the second skier would get the same conditions as the first skier, or the other way around, so that the first skier isn't getting an advantage by not having any boat waves or anything like that the second skier would have had because of the first skier. All that being said, it's like it doesn't have any boat waves. There's a little bit coming off of the here. There's a green and there's a solid wood wall, and it bounces off a little bit, but it only affects you on your setup. As you're pulling out, start your pull out, you can feel a little bit, and that's the end of that. And I'm guessing the lake's up a little bit because of the hurricane they had, or you probably wouldn't get any of that either. And this round we'll be going 35 off, right off the dock, 35 off. So I predict we're going to see a lot of 38s ran because they'll be running into a headwind. Right now the wind's not terrible, it's gusting. And then they'll all be doing a 39 tailwind. That'll be interesting. Once again, out of the water will be Casey Contos, a number 8 seed, going against Jeremy Newby, a number 1 seed. All that being said, all of these guys are capable of running 39 and getting deep into 39 time, but not with the tailwind. Why, there wasn't one in there?
No, all 3 boxes are from the cookie.
And we're off.
First skier on the water, Casey Contos, 35 off.
I would say he's the young kid, but now he's been out here for about 5 years, so I think he's over 40 now. I think he dyes his hair a little gray, though, just to make it look like he's older than he is.
That's what I do, too.
He felt guilty about whooping our tails.
Pretty nice, right off the dock, a solid 35 off with the tailwind.
35s. So this is going to get, my prediction is every one of these matches is going to get settled at 39 or, I'm not going to go 41. They're all going to go into 39 though. We've got, the wind has died down a little bit. We're looking good here for 38 headwind. One ball even almost in glass over there. So we're looking good.
Now we will eventually have some amazing video.
I'm going to do Jeff's job just fine.
Oh, that's right. Taking care of it. He not only knows insurance, he knows video.
That's it. I can point a camera with the best of them.
He's Mr. 8mm.
Oh, whoops. You had it pointed at the sky.
All right, about to enter the court. Jeremy Newby, number 1 seed for the whole. $35 off. Nice, easy one for Jeremy. He's on a good water ski, one of our sponsors. Getting just a little bit of slack going into 4 and 5, but still not an issue, not having problems there.
Very nice.
35 off right off the dock. Now, all that being said, they did just ski sometime the last hour, so it's not like it's their first set of the day or anything like that, but still not an easy pass to make anytime. They'll bring it back at 38 off. The wind's picked up ever so slightly, so they're going to have a bit of a headwind. You know, down on that end, I would say it's probably 12, 15 mile an hour wind, something like that, gusting occasionally up to 20.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of a, if you see the golf course when Jeff comes back to this end, when these guys drop, there's a hill over here behind that green, and actually all along that north end of the lake that directs the wind up. So the first few buoys are always a little bit less wind than 3, 4, 5, and 6 down there. So this second pass, this is 38 off on the second pass. So they're about to be getting on it. No more warm-ups. We're not calling 38 off a warm-up anywhere.
Conto rope behind the Nautique.
Good with the wind. It's not crazy right now at the moment. Casey with a good start. Oh, got off the handle a little early into 3. He survived it.
Ooh, a little handle dip at 5. But still not a problem. Never got crazy. Just kept in it.
You know, I think you saw it happen mainly on the 1, 3, and 5 side. There's a little quartering wind into this, and I don't think he was quite prepared for that or did not realize that, because it caught him off guard at 3 and 5. So he had a little bit of quartering wind on him. So we'll see if
anyone else need an explanation of a cornering wind, because I'm a little confused.
Not a true head tail. It's head tail mostly, but it's coming a little bit off ashore. So as he was pulling into that 1, 3, 5 side, just doing his normal reach, all of a sudden the wind kind of pushed him in.
Oh, you mean a crosswind?
Back. Yeah. Some people call it crosswind, but quartering is the sailing term, you know. I'm a man of many worlds.
Everyone says you are. So he's worldly. That's why if I'm buying insurance and I live in Florida, I talk to Mike Dillinger, because he's a worldly insurance guy, but only in Florida.
Correct. We got Jeremy coming in, 38 off.
I see a little bit of head pull going into 3 there.
Well, no problems there. Nice 6 for Jeremy. The boat's keeping him a little bit far apart for my like. I like to be right over next to the other skier when you drop, so you can spray him, hose him, talk to the other driver a little bit.
Sell him insurance.
Give him a little bit, but
talk about their policies. So, how's it doing for insurance over there? You're pretty well set.
A lot of people don't have life insurance, you know. Where's that Sam Ingram? That's bad. Sam's what's known as a bad risk. All right, so this is going to be interesting here. So now we've got a tailwind. It's trying to freshen up a little bit with the breeze, and we got a tailwind 39. So let's see what we've got here. We got the kid, Casey Contos. Casey Contos coming in right here. This is 39 and a half. Oh, comes up with a little slack. Can he hammer 2 and get in it? No.
Did he get around 3?
He did not.
Well,
somebody gave him a quarter. Yeah, I think he might end up with 2. I heard a 2 and then a 2 1/4. So we'll wait for the final and see what the official total is.
But in this scenario, that quarter is a big deal.
That is a big deal.
So the quarter, for those of you who don't know, but probably most people watching, get your ski out around the buoy, but you don't actually get it to turn back in and headed towards the wake. But the difference is that you go out there and get at least a half at 3 versus just standing up. So they're still trying to review that, figure out whether it's 2 1/4 or not. We're gonna let the other skier go ahead because he doesn't care whether it's 2 1/4 or 2 1/2 or just 2, because he's going to give it his all regardless. So he's probably said some other amazing things.
You know, they know it's only 1/4 is the guess. So Jeremy's not looking for a yard sale to get that 1/4 anyway. So he's going to get the half at least. But I expect we'll see the S turn at 3 and we'll go. A little hesitation at 1 there. That was a funky, but he comes off a 1 okay.
All right, looks like the quarter's not gets that. Oh, he's going. He's running it.
Ready to roll. So not a lot of, you know, he turned 3 ball, but not a lot of risk because he knew he was going to at least get the half and win because he came off a 2 ball so well. So, you know, for a second there I was concerned about him turning that, but Jeremy was not.
39 off.
All right, so he takes down the kid.
We had 2 skiers, though. Both of them got around 3 ball with the tailwind. That's, I mean, regardless where you're at, that's really good skiing. Our next group will be Jason Beckham and Mark Manashi.
You have to work on your Italian.
I got to work on all my pronunciations of names.
All right, if the wind stays right here, this is nice because it's obviously great for the 38s, and Jeremy got pretty far down on the 39 there. So. UCF went down last night. I wore my UCF shirt today for pride.
I thought that was your Trump shirt.
Oh no, it's UCF. No, it's all about UCF. Go Knights. Charge on. Matt Hines' team, the Iowa State, I don't know what they're called. I forget. Cyclones or so. Cyclone. We should be Cyclones in Florida. Iowa State. They get Cyclones up there. Anyway, they got lucky, cheated. Now they're 7-0.
Well, Notre Dame won. That's what's really important. And IU, which is an incredible year for IU. They're not known for being a basketball or a football team, and they're doing great. What do you have to say about that?
Is Bobby Knight still coaching there?
No.
No Bobby Knight anymore? Okay. I used to love his press conferences.
Well, he couldn't talk that way now. Well, he could, but he wouldn't be on there very long.
All right, what's our next match? What do we got here?
We've got
26. That's Jason Peckham.
A 2 and a 7.
There we go, Menashe. All right, so Conor McGregor is coming first.
35 off behind the Nautique. Easy, uncomplicated, effortless pass.
That's how you do it.
And that was our number 7 seed. Our next ski will be Jason, our number.
Nope. Now we get Mark Menashe.
Yeah, I got, besides learning to pronounce people's names, I also got to remember what they look like. It's complicated stuff.
Well, Mark, as we saw him over here earlier, the pockets were in. When he's up here, he's looking for speed. He's wandering around. But right now, those pockets are out, ready to throw on the brakes for the 39 tail. That's what he's set up for.
What's the problem with swimsuits with pockets? You go to get up and they fill up with water and they about suck you back down. And
for Mark, it's a half a degree on the wing is what it is. You know, you could go with 9.5, or if you go 9 with your pockets out. And sometimes there's variations where you just have one pocket out, depending on, you know, if you're a lefty or a righty. Now, Mark goes full flaps. He's both. See what he's got going here.
I'm still seeing pockets
my
in.
God, there's no pockets out. I think
35 off.
I think he's nervous or something. My guess is he doesn't miss 35 anyway. No, I think I saw a pocket flying.
All right, I'm going to take a break while I turn the mic over to Barton. He's got a lot to tell you.
We could talk about Menashe missing 35 twice in a row in the warm-up tournament last year and then getting second in the whole thing, almost winning.
I'd say he was changing his ski a little bit. Ski settings, everything. So those are both 35 starts. If you guys aren't paying attention, this is the second match in the final 8. So they're going out at 35 off. So both coming back here at 38 with the headwind. I predict both of them are going to run it.
So right now, one of the things we should be talking about is in the Elite 8, whoever doesn't advance to the Final Four that has the best score gets picked. So they're on the podium with the liquid cut medal and standing up there. We do need to pay attention to the best score of the people that don't advance in the Elite 8. What did Contos get? 2?
Two or 2.25. I think it was 2.
At 39?
Yeah, there was some speculation on the quarter, but I think that was one judge.
All right, so we just have to keep track of that.
So here we go. This is 38 off. It's Jason coming back in. Rolling right along. Oh, a lot of ski in the water there, but he is fine.
How he can hold on to that.
So as a righty, he really had there's a lot of wetted ski on the 135 side.
Yeah.
There.
I would say he skis with a lot of ski in the water everywhere.
Yeah.
But he is a little bit more of in like a squatted position and like kind of a bear down position. But it's effective for him, and it's really good.
Well, he's so strong that it's more for him. Give me the tight line, and I'll pull my way to the next
Exactly.
buoy.
So we've got Mark Menashe, who has won. He's the former winner of West 1, and he's in the last 2 West events has gotten second. How about that? Got second here, and I think he got second in Little Mountain.
Super consistent.
He's coming off of 2 seconds in a row.
I don't anticipate him missing this. I think he'll get through this relatively easy.
Oh boy.
Little high tip.
Tip came up. Come on. Oh, right back in it. Come on. Oh, it does it again. Set score 39. It's Mark Menashe going down to Jason Peckham. Peckham advances to the Final Four. He's in the money, and we still don't know who's going to end up fifth.
You know, anything can happen in the head-to-heads. He had a funky turn there at 2-ball where he was just a little bit on the tail, and we thought he was back in it, but same thing happened as he came to 4.
He's left foot forward, and he had a really heavy headwind, and the ski was, instead of moving through, it was coming up. So I'm looking at this now. We've got Peckham advancing. Jason Peckham.
So Jason's
also
going to give it a go at 39 here. I think he wants to give it a shot at the 39 in the tail and just kind of at least get a good start. He's probably not going to push it and try to do too much here, but feel that start out and see how it is.
Well,
I wish I had that turned around because then you would see that he probably didn't want to do that.
Actually, I was using the boat
That's,
cam for that.
that was probably the last thing he wanted to do.
he was on the boat cam.
Oh, he's on the boat cam. Okay. Good. Well, then they did get to see that.
Do a replay? Do we have
That was a
replay
pop.
capabilities?
that was a serious pop. That was testing the S lines right there.
There was a comment, somebody said, let the public know the announcers' names. So.
Well, this is Barton Rockwell on the mic, and we have
Mike Ellinger,
Mike D,
Liquid D,
Liquid D, what's the name of the insurance agency again? Dillinger,
Liquid D. No.
Dillinger Insurance.
Just for Florida.
Yeah. Another comment says, Mike, where did you get that shirt? That's from Nate Stein.
Nate, I see you're a UCF supporter. Go Knights! Although we lost a tough one last night to the Cyclones, but yeah, the UCF. I support UCF all the way. How about you? You like UCF? Yeah, you do.
It's a big up and coming school, that's for sure. They've really made a national presence.
Well, they were giving these out at the. Well,
I'm a freedom fighter.
They were selling them.
I believe in freedom.
Fox News, Fox football program, the noon show. Somebody was selling these.
All right, so we got coming up here ski order 27 is Darren Montgomery, who has gotten second in, I think, 3 West events and on the podium and a couple others. He's got 4 or 5 medals, but never a win in a West event, against Todd Johnson, the 2010 35-plus world champion. Got second at the Worlds this year in the 55-plus group. Got second to Greg Badal. Todd Johnson, a amazing skier and really a great guy.
And Darren's going to come out first?
Darren Montgomery, my 2 of my best on the entire water ski circuit are going against each other. This is actually pretty fun. Darren's a lefty. He's on a Denali. Coming out at 35 off. Really nice one ball. Man, that tip stand down really well for him.
Yeah, we talked about that in his last set.
I mean, that was the best 38 tail that last set that I've seen the entire event amongst any competitor.
It was about as perfect as you could
It's
get.
unbelievable. Well, that 35 was amazing, right?
I don't want to jinx anybody, but there's my. Well,
That's
and
your
then-
definite
and there you
maybe?
go.
Is that your definite maybe?
There's your 2.
You want to start calling it right now? You want to get a little friendly wager going? Would you like?
I don't, because I tend to. I'm afraid I'm afraid I jinx people when I do that.
I'm going
so I
to.
don't want to do that.
Okay. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I don't even think it's a limb.
You can't pick Jeremy.
I gotta go with Jez for the win.
You're not allowed to
Jeremy for the win.
All right, so because everyone right now, if you had to pick one that wasn't Jeremy Newby Ritchie, who would you pick?
I think it's going to be a surprise win, and I'm going to say, I'll tell you at the end of this matchup.
All right. We got Todd Johnson coming back in on his first pass. This is 35 off. Breeze freshened up here a little bit.
Really nice tight line out of 1. Tip stayed down, a little separated though, but no problem there. Right back in it. He did a really good job, advancing his hips and getting back in that pass. That was 2 really good passes from these guys. It's such a tough call.
I will predict that 38 goes down both times here.
Oh yeah. In this headwind, for sure. H2OProShop.com for all of your water ski, wakeboard needs, wake surf needs. Terrence has been a great contributor to the sport.
Terrence hiding out down there.
Is he around?
Yeah, he's down at the thing. He hadn't come back.
Oh, we've got to get him on the mic.
And then he hadn't come back.
We've got to get him on the mic. Also sponsored by Good Water Ski Technologies. Good with its carbon innovation, still innovating. Coming
Yes,
back
here we
in
go,
now.
Darren. This is 38 off.
Darren, 38, tip is down. Oops, slow 2-ball. But he's right back in it. We get stood up at 4. Hammers the 5. Well,
all right, so the wind freshened up a little bit there, made that pass a little tougher.
What I noticed there, I don't know, I'm sure you saw it. What I noticed there was it seemed like he was afraid to have the tip down as confidently as he did in the tailwind in that heavy headwind, maybe fearing that the ski would either blow out or that he would bite really hard. He seemed to baby those 2 4s, and that wasn't as tidy as he probably would have liked. But nevertheless, didn't matter. He got through it no problem.
6 in the books.
If it were only a fashion show, Liquid D, you'd be winning.
Man's got to have style.
But it's not.
Have you got enough glasses?
I have one for each
That's
for
an
each use.
extra. I like that.
I have one for each purpose. Okay. That's it. First beep. Second beep. Coming on in.
Here we go
All
with
right.
Todd Johnson.
Todd Johnson, 38 headwind. This is a guy that beat me. Pretty nice 1-ball.
Todd making it look very easy. Oh, and then he gets a little bit on the tail just to give himself a little wake-up call at 5.
What a pass.
But a great pass until 5-ball. I think 5-ball was don't screw this up, and he got a little on the tail.
Well, when you're in that headwind and you're ahead of the game the way he was, you're thinking, don't accidentally push too hard down on the ski and get the ski to bite and something weird happens. Little safety turn 5 there. So S-lines, we're running the S-lines here. We're going to be running them next year as well. Right now we're using the S-lines X series. Word on the street is that there's a even new and improved rope coming out next year that we're going to be utilizing, and really appreciate the support from S-Lines and their commitment to continuing to innovate and to service the needs of these high-end skiers and even people that's their first day on the water. Super competitively priced and a great product. Thank you to S-Lines. 39 tail.
We got Darren coming in.
39
and a
tail.
half. My guess is he's going to be aggressive on this one with that 1-ball turn. He's a lefty, so he's going to hammer it pretty good.
What a 1.
Good 1.
He hammers it, and he tried, three and a half.
Now, he had so much speed and was out of shape going to 4 that when he went to change edges, that ski shot back under him. He really didn't want that ski back under him.
He tried
right
to
then.
S-turn it and realized it's hard when you're already ahead of the boat.
Yeah, he was doing Mach 3 when he edge changed, and the ski shot back underneath him. So tough to finish the S-turn there. I think he was, and at that point he was in no man's land.
Well,
I'm about to hang on to this.
Todd in a position where Todd needs to get a full 4 at 39 in the tail, which has anyone done that today?
No.
Did it?
Jeremy did 4.
In the tail?
Yeah.
Okay, so one person has done it today, a former professional who has been in battles with Mapple for European championships. He did it.
And it was all out.
And it was all out
to get it.
So it's a big ask is my point.
Yeah.
Can TJ do it? Absolutely. I think he ran 39 something like 30 times in a row in tournaments in 2010, then went on to win the world. So he's got it in his muscle memory. Let's see if he can do it. Todd Johnson in the tail, 39.
Decent
Pretty
one.
long to 2, turns it, gets a little
Oh.
broken, and he gets crushed at 3, takes the hit, and doesn't finish the job. Darren Montgomery advances.
Moving on.
And the answer to your question is Montgomery. That's the answer to your question. You asked, and I'm delivering. The person, aside from Newbie Richie,
And we're going to see that match next. That's the next
Isn't that
matchup
exciting?
for both of them. They hit it before the finals.
Okay, here's the thing about Todd. I think he's on the podium. Right? Because
Yeah. 3,
with
well,
fifth,
2.5.
with fifth. So somebody else is going to have to, between Stischer and Lathauser, they would have to, the loser of those two would have to have a full 3 at 39 to beat Todd for the podium. So that's actually relevant, right? So we're still talking about hardware for Todd, even though he's out. We are not talking money for Todd, though. You have to be in the top 4 before you're in the money. So, Todd Johnson, great skiing, though, right?
That's good skiing right there. Although I don't know. I don't think 2.5 is going to get to the podium. I think
you think the
both
loser
of these are going to 3.
Okay, so that you think the loser between Lathauser and Stischer scores a full 3 or better at 39 to get the 5th place liquid cut medal.
That's my call.
I think that's pretty safe. I mean,
they're both going deep. Both of them
pretty
are
safe
skiing
call.
really well.
Pretty safe call. What I would say is, I think it's interesting that Stischer and Lathauser are skiing against each other. They both have that open men skier style and look, super light on the line, edge changing super early, tip stays down, move through really efficiently. I mean, they both look like open skiers. And Seth has run 39 in a record at 36 miles an hour. So that's a very rare air, right? And so
I think, look at the water.
Hasn't it laid way down?
We just got it to lay way down. If it'll stay here for a few minutes, I think they're both going to be deep 39 here.
Seth Fisher, last year champion, 35-plus world champion this year, coming out at 35 off. Hammers one. He seems confident. The tip staying down. He's getting his body away from the handle at the buoy. Nothing guarded about the skiing, right?
No, and I tell you, I liked aggressive right from the start. No playing around. It's 35 off. I mean, he runs that in his sleep, but he was.
It was so confident.
That was an aggressive one and gate, and it's like, okay, I got to feel. That was almost like a prep for 39 is what that was going.
I agree.
How hard can I go, and what's it going to feel like at one ball there? So that was
I agree.
Really good.
I think you can tell when somebody's got sort of that nervous energy in their legs, and it looked like Seth was firing on all cylinders right there. Let's just see if Nick can come out with as much confidence. He's behind the powder blue boat with Jeff Gilbert driving. Nick Lathauser, I think he's like I want to say he's a school teacher. Am I right on this? I have no idea. I think he might be. I think he is. He's from the upstate New York area, to my knowledge. Definitely east skier. younger in the group, right? He's like 38-ish. I think he's the same age as one of my partners.
All right, so here he comes. 35 off.
Me out. I mean, never a doubt right there. Liquid D, thoughts?
Nice and smooth, tall.
Zero.
And not any issues whatsoever there. Nice tight line the whole way.
Zero anxiety in that. I mean, what I saw was
As Todd Johnson walks by, avoiding Bart like he has all weekend.
That's not true or fair. I will say this. We watched his sons. When I say sons, I mean both of his sons play for University of Alaska Anchorage hockey team. We watched the game last night live against Northern Michigan University. The Johnson brothers are both offensive forwards for University of Alaska Anchorage, and they're both amazing hockey players. So it's not like the Hanson brothers, if you've ever seen Slapshot. It's not like that at all, because his sons are skilled players that are not at all goons. But it was really cool for we had a little get together, and he had it up on the big screen. Here we go. Seth Stisher doing his pretty skiing, and there's no doubt there. He strokes the 38.
No issue at all for Seth.
Little whisper headwind at this point. I mean, not much to this headwind. Now we've got ideal conditions all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Does this give us an excuse?
Well,
let's go back to
this
us.
is nice.
Can we bring this back to us? Thoughts on how much better we would have done had we had these conditions? That's the water ski, right? Like that's. Have you ever seen the list of excuses that's at Lake 38? That's by the dock.
His shirt.
Well, that's some of them. Hold on, we have Lake 38 excuses. They have 7 here, but there's like 80 on the. Pull the shirt down a little bit so I can. Okay, so number 1, man, I think my ski is breaking down. Number 2, my ski is too stiff. Number 3, I have a loose screw. Number 4. The lake is uphill, ? The water is too cold, 86 degrees. The water is too warm, 88 degrees. Number 7, the water is too slick, to be continued. That's 7, but actually at the board at Lake 38, there's something like 70 of them on there. It's crazy.
So we now have about a 3-mile-an-hour headwind, and it has just
It's
set
actually
down.
glassed out on the end down there.
Set down to nothing. All right, so Nick's coming in. This is 38 off with just a slight headwind, just a little texture on the water. I'm not jinxing him, but he's going to run it.
Tip came up a little bit at 2, but he's still in it. Awesome 3-ball. Oop, let's pitch forward a little bit, but there you go. See, this is the thing. The guy is so ahead of it that he can get away with quite a bit.
No issues whatsoever.
Look at him waving to the crowd. He's pumped. I'm trying to remember if Nick has been on the podium of a West event. Was he on the podium?
Maybe. He definitely was in the final 8 at Little Mountain, but I don't know if he was in the 5.
Well, he was not in the top 5 of Little Mountain, because if you go to the front page of USA Water Ski, the first thing you see is the picture
So I got to
of the
interrupt
podium.
you for just a second here. There's some smack talking going on there.
I like it.
Because Nick's comment to Seth was, because Seth was all sitting on the platform of the boat, Nick's comment was, don't worry. There's plenty of warmth on the shoreline where you'll be in a few minutes.
He didn't say that.
So,
Did he really say that?
So Nick ain't playing games
Wow.
today, baby.
That's actually awesome.
Here comes Seth to see if he can show the youngster a thing
Now,
or
if he
two.
can overpower this, that would be awesome.
And the wind is still down. It looks really good. Nice one. Come on, hammer 3. Oh, no.
2.5 at 39. Did Lathauser get in Seth's head?
Oh, I think he did.
I'm being honest. Did he?
I don't know, but I think it's. I'm just gonna call this one. I'd bet $100 that he gets 3. Yes, that's what I heard. I'm 90% sure it was from Nick to Seth. I heard the words. I just not quite sure if it was Nick saying it to Seth. I think it was.
But you'll be able to warm up on the shore when I'm
Yes. So a little smack talk right there. I like that.
What does TC stand for? Time to choke.
It's better if he wins.
Well, not exactly, because Chris didn't win when he said that to TC. TC actually beat him pretty handily after he said that.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Wait
Nick
for the beat.
Lathauser coming in at 39 off in the tail. In fairness, it did pick back up more than when Nick was coming in the headwind.
But he only needs 3, and I'm
going to say he gets it.
You know,
I say he gets it.
You got a lefty. He's going to hammer 1 ball.
I say he gets it. They're both lefties. Pretty good 0 move. Look at that line. A lot tighter than Seth's. Turns 2.
And he's got a good 2.
All the way to 3. And there you go. You're now, wait a second now. We've got an interesting twist.
For 5th spot.
Because Todd Johnson and Seth Stisher have tied for the losing score in the Elite 8, but I'm being told by our rules committee that because Stisher was the higher seed, he gets 5th. I'm going to leave that to the chief judge and the powers that be, but that's what I'm hearing. Checking the rule. Let's see what, you don't think we should, is it better for us to be standing on the, you want to be at the boat?
The higher score previous round.
So there you have it. So the way we go about it, Seth Stisher had a higher score in the round before this round, so he's going to get 5th spot.
Which actually puts him in the hardware. That's pretty awesome. Now we're down to our final 4. We are into Now we're into the final 4. We already know our 5th place finisher on the podium with the liquid cut medal. We now are down to Newbie Ritchie, Darren Montgomery, Jason Peckham, and Nick Lathauser. Probably at this moment in time, the 4 best skiers of the weekend have made it to the final 4. There's no accidents here. Those guys were skiing the best, and here they are. Ski order 29, we will have a small final for 3rd place, which is you come out at 38 off for 3rd place, and if they tie, they keep running it off. So
all right, so we got Darren Montgomery coming in here.
coming out at 35 off the line. That's where you have to start in this round. He's got Jeff Gilbert driving him with the powder blue Nautique. Razor tight line on one ball. Tip is down. He's been, that tailwind for him has been great this weekend. I mean, look at the way the ski's moving through. Tip's not coming up, and he's just moving with no hitch. His tailwinds have been great. So that was an easy 35 for Darren Montgomery. You heard it from me. You set Newbie Ritchie aside. I think the winner of this is Darren Montgomery. Fifth place finisher. Come on over here. All right, we got our back-to-back champion at Swiss has been dethroned, but he is still on the podium with fifth place. Seth Stisher, walk us through it. What was going through your mind, and take us through that round.
Well, first of all, the conditions are much better, obviously. I watched a few guys get down 39 a little ways in this tailwind and started questioning it. Then I realized after my first pass, it's gone. After 38, I realized this is the conditions you run 39 in the tailwind. And I thought I got the start that was just fine. And then as I was headed out to 3, I didn't want to stand up because I didn't think that'd be enough.
Yeah.
And I thought it was fine. And then when I went to turn it, no, not possible.
Well, we got Jeremy coming in at 35. Don't go anywhere, Seth. I want to ask something about the trash talk that I heard.
Well, there was a lot of it.
Well, this is boring. It's Jeremy at 35. This is going to be fine. So the trash talking down here, one of you said something about you'll have plenty of time to get warm over on the shore. Was that you or was that Nick?
That was not me.
Okay.
I am a trash talker in real life, but I'm not out there. But it was well played. I stopped there. I said, well played.
I
And,
had to stop everybody and go, wait a minute. That was some good stuff down here. I couldn't tell where it came from.
Evidently, he's clairvoyant because he was right. I don't know how he knew it. It's crazy. So, yeah, I left the door wide open and failed. But if you watch Nick too, he had a lot more than 3 in that start.
Yeah.
He looked great. It was a beautiful one. So, no, for sure.
You did not lose to a slouch. Nick Lathauser is a great skier. You guys both look like open men skiers out there because you actually were an open men skier for quite a while, and it just the level of skiing very high, super impressive. You lost to I think he's like 38, and he's a great skier.
You more so if you'd shave and get that.
I was
going
to
to
say,
that.
look like I should do this on here. No.
From a distance.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That was well deserved from Nick, and that's going to be. We still, to be fair, we still have 2 Conleys in the game. So no matter what, that's 3 Conleys on the podium. There's a reason for that.
Well, excellent. Thanks, guys. Good skiing, great job. That's multiple podiums in a row.
Here we
for
go with
you.
38
Excellent. 38. We got the headwind.
Whoa! Oh my goodness. Well, it can happen to anybody, but that's unfortunate. Darren has been skiing so good, and we were picking him earlier going, boy, he's keeping the ski wetted on that 2-4 side really nice, coming around with a tight line on it, and he just got deep and tight on that one and popped the handle.
Darren Montgomery.
So that is just giving Jeremy Newbie Ritchie a free pass into the final.
Was it 2-ball that he just got overloaded and the handle shot out of his hands? Geesh. Well, Darren Montgomery, again, maybe when you're going against a guy like Newbie Ritchie, you realize I have to be earlier. I have to, do everything I can do to try to be a little bit better. I mean, he does have a way of freaking you out a little bit.
I think I don't think that bothered Darren. I think he was being aggressive. He's been aggressive the whole tournament, and that one there, it just bit on him a little hard.
Well, that's it. Notice how it was on his 2-4 side in the headwind. And the tailwind, he was very aggressive with the tip down in the tail, but this has still got some wind in
So
it.
here comes Jeremy. This is a formality as far as pretty much concerned. Headwind 38, and he needs 2. I don't even know if he'll go beyond 2 just because.
Wait! Wait! What just happened?
He just popped the handle at 1.
Jeremy
Wow.
Newbie Ritchie has brought my secondary pick back to life.
Wow.
Darren Montgomery advances against Newbie Ritchie.
That I said that.
Liquid D.
That I said that was a formality.
Liquid D proving once again that you never say anything's a formality
Wow.
in a head-to-head.
At 38
You
off,
never
you're right,
say that.
but
you just don't, because what we just saw was a 1 in 1,000, and it happened.
Wow.
I skied with him starting Monday, mowing down, mowing down 39. It didn't matter the conditions, the boat, the ropes. We were on different lakes. I mean, Jeremy Newbie Ritchie going down at 1 ball at 38 off. Wow.
Yeah. He wouldn't have been thinking about anything but
Thinking,
just,
what?
I
I
gotta
only need
go
to get
run 39.
so hard to just get 2, and maybe he wasn't thinking that. But Newbie Ritchie, the
Screw it up in my
champion
thing,
at
going,
West
"Oh, I only need
7
3," instead of that.
at Little Mountain,
You know,
it's got a long flight back to London
I will
Heathrow.
tell you though, here we go. We got Jason coming in. But you know, it's like I was saying earlier, when somebody misses a pass in front of you,
Peckham,
all of a sudden you start thinking about, oh, I only need 2, instead of going, it's 38. You're going to run that with a
well,
headwind.
Newbie Ritchie's still in the small final. So he's still going for 3rd place in the small final. Does he know that?
Jason making short work of 35.
We need to let Jeremy know that he's still up very soon for the small final.
You're going to get him in a golf cart, I think.
The small fun, I mean the bottom one.
Yep, look at the little
Wow.
bottom. Ask, can you?
Yeah, they'll go in front.
Yeah, so he has to go right away. Brett. Because they do still a 38 off start of the small final, can you double check it? I think it is. It says 38? Okay, good.
Yeah, the third's a 38.
All right, so we got Nick Luthauser coming in at 35. He will be.
So we don't know the other participant in the small final for 3rd place. They run off starting at 38 off the dock. We don't know that person yet.
Hey, Todd. Hold on.
He's got to get him back down there.
Nick Lathauser. Anna Conley. 35 off.
Everybody I talked about.
I mean, the tip is down. It's no worries for him. Look at this guy. Easy breezy. Is everything you're touching turning to mush? Should I start calling you mush?
49 times he's going to do it, and that's if he didn't
run.
Let me tell you, if it was Chris Clark down there with no warm-ups, I'd still give him 2.
He would get around 2.
Oh, he'd get
Give
that
him a
2
quarter.
ball, man.
I only got 1 yesterday.
Chris Clark, former national champ.
Hey, Todd. Jeremy is in the small final right away.
Canadian talk for him. Thanks, Captain Obvious. I'm in a golf cart going to get him.
No, the reason why he didn't slow down is because he was afraid he was going to be called over for an interview. That's the truth of it.
I've known him a very long time. He wouldn't be
Looking good. Oh, up. And what power. He turned that 5-ball. Let me ask you this. How many guys in our field, when they turn that 5-ball in the position he was in, go out the front?
Well,
Here's
Jason
Todd,
was so light on
here's
the
Todd
line.
avoiding an interview at all costs, running.
My wife did that 40 years ago.
He's doing everything he can to avoid being interviewed.
Jason,
Todd Johnson, 2010 world champion.
Jason,
skier.
extremely light on the line there.
Here we go.
Right
Jason
up until he pulled
Peckham.
through the gates.
Has,
All right, so
we got the S-Line X Series.
So we got the
Give
wind
it a
has
try.
lightened up just a little bit here. This
They're
is perfect
innovating
for the
at
39.
a breakneck pace. It's interesting because actually
Well,
Scott
that's
from
perfect timing
S-Line,
on
the
the wind to
owner,
die.
is here.
'Cause they had a nice
and we've been
little
taking
headwind there for
measurements and
38.
data, and he's really astutely aware of what
we
the
gotta get
rope
one
is
more
doing,
through
and he's
38.
trying to take note of everything that's happening so that he can continue to innovate and make even better products.
All right, so here comes
we're
Nick
appreciative to
Bluthauser.
S-Line for everything they're doing.
Beautiful
Okay,
little
coming back,
headwind here.
we got Lathauser 30 off the line in the little headwind, not bad. Well, there you go. You get a one like that. Sure makes it a lot easier. Just waiting on 4. And that's how it's done.
That was pretty easy for a 38. Very nice. Waves to the crowd.
So we don't know yet who is going to be in the small final with Newbie Richie. Jeremy Newbie Richie.
Well, that's exactly what I said on the way in. I go, he was up here walking around with pockets in, and I told the crowd and everything. I go, look for the pockets out and slow it down, and you didn't have both.
Is that what it was with Menashe? The pockets were not out as per his usual custom? He's now figuring out why he did not win the entire down to the pockets not being out. Where is that t-shirt? We need to add an 8th thing at the bottom of that t-shirt.
Every time I ever see him, his
I
pockets
have
are
to
always
say
out.
it is his ritual, and something probably was off.
There's wind resistance,
Here we go.
and that's a half a degree on your wing.
Little light tail now. Jason Peckham, 39.
The wind
Leaning
has died.
away from the
This
boat
is
a little bit.
Really great conditions here. This is as good as you can get for 39.
Pretty good one.
Very
and he
tight.
hammers the 2.
Oh, man, how many
Blows
guys
up
have
at
dropped
3
at
ball.
2.5 at 39?
Just blows up at 3 ball.
And he wasn't late or anything. Just kind of got pulled out the side.
That 1 ball was money. I mean, I thought he had it. I mean, it was
All
great.
right, I'm going to bet. I'm going to go ahead and tell you. No, I'm not going to do it this time. I'm not saying it's
Actually, I will. I'm Nick Lathauser is going to advance, I think. But you know, it is a head-to-head, so there's no point in guessing. Let's just watch it play out. This is why we play the game. This is why we do it in real time, live. Anything can happen. You saw Jeremy Newbie Richie not get 2 at 38 in a headwind. That is a 1 in 1,000 event, and it happened. That's what makes head-to-head so exciting.
Yeah, the handle goes to the shoreline over here. So you got 1.5 to 38. You got 1.5, and he's swimming in going, and Jeremy got half.
And that is why we play the game. The crowd is still stunned. Even though they're being told what happened, people still can't believe it. All right,
so
here we
here
go.
goes Nick.
Lathauser, 39, little bit of a tail.
He needs a full 3.
This
See
is
if
a
the
guy that
youngster
can do it. Look at that
Beautiful
1 ball.
one.
No
Nice
problemo. And that is how you do it. Wow.
3 and gone.
As predicted, I will not be going to the casino with Liquid D, but as predicted, Lathauser advancing after that. And now Peckham against Newbie Richie for the small final right now. Starting out at 38. Somebody needs to do we have Jason Peckham down near the start dock? Okay, we got to pick him up, get ready for the small final. It's Newbie Richie versus Peckham for third place. It is a big difference being on the, like, what I would call the proper podium, the actual podium as opposed to top 5. Big difference being on the podium, both in terms of the honor of it, but also the money. He's getting. They're going to start at 38 off the line. Most unlikely final, given the fact that all it took was a 2 at 38 to move past Montgomery, but it didn't matter. That's why we play the game. Darren Montgomery up against Nick Lathauser for the win.
So Nick getting out over here so he can get a little walk down
It's
to the
Conley
dock.
versus Denali in the final.
Taking his
How about
time
that?
down there.
Can you give me something on this, Liquid D? Conley versus Denali in the final.
I like it. I'm going to stop predicting just for this weekend.
Well, I already
anyway.
made my prediction a while back, and I told you if Newbie Richie didn't advance, Montgomery was going to win the whole thing. I'm not saying that that should have happened, given what happened between Darren and Jeremy, but it did happen. So here we go now.
You know, these two, well, really all 4 of them are skiing the best. You know, as far as in control and running the passes, other than Jeremy's one little mistake there, those two look phenomenal. Darren and Nick have looked really good throughout the whole tournament.
I mean, Darren has come alive. He really was struggling. His back is messed up, and he had a ski that was broken by the airlines right at the tail, one that he really liked. So he's back to a backup ski that he hasn't been on in a while, but he still really likes the ski, but it's still, he hasn't been on in a while. And here we are now.
We got some great conditions here for this final.
Montgomery in the final against the young buck, Nick Lathauser. 38-year-old. Man, these guys are good. But Newbie Richie versus Peckham first for the third place hardware and the money. It's a 38 off start, so we go straight into the meat and potatoes. We got Darren Montgomery coming out first behind the powder blue. I'm sorry.
Jason Peckham coming out first.
We
for
got
the
Jason
third and
Peckham
fourth
coming
match.
out. Peckham coming out behind the powder blue boat being driven by Gilbert. Peckham's coming out first.
Nope, we're going with you have to win it. Got to win this game. Got to know the rules.
We've got the microphones.
Got to win.
Go to the third place. I don't think it's who goes second. I think you got to double check that, please. Hold on, Jasmine. Do they know that it doesn't matter who goes first, second? You got to beat them?
Trust me, Jasmine knows the rules. She is.
Hey there, LFA.
All right, so here we go. We got Jason coming out.
This
is
it doesn't
38
matter
off.
whether you go first or second in this small final. You've got to beat the other skier coming out at 38 off in the tailwind. Peckham pounds that one ball. Oh! Out the front from 4 to 5 in a not so graceful fall. I hope he's okay.
Tail.
I hope he's okay. He's all the way over by the golf course. You got to get a beat on him, Jeff. Look at how far over he is. Is he okay?
That was a serious attempt to take the title from Sam Ingram on the best fall of the day. Although Sam's still took a little bit longer. I liked Sam's. It was a little more graceful. All right, so we've got Jason with 4 at 38.
So unlike every other round in this competition.
Oh, they've backed it off to a 3.5. So.
But the judges are the final word. They have called that a 3.5 for the reason that they do not believe he was in skier position. I don't know about that. He almost hit 5 ball.
Hopefully it's just going to become a moot point here and we get a 38 run. The wind is settled down. They got good conditions. And you know what? Jeremy's not that tired after only running a half at 38. My guess is he's just going to smoke 38.
Let's just smoke this 38. Then we don't have to worry about any controversy.
Come on.
Gets him there. The 4 is done, and 5 and 6 are out the gates. And there's your third place finisher. Jeremy Newbie Ritchie removing all doubt and controversy. It's a done deal. Newbie Ritchie with 3rd place, Peckham in 4th. And now we're going to find out who wins the whole enchilada.
So Jeremy is not coming back.
It is, right?
Yes.
35.
For the final, Darren Montgomery, who's the number 1 seed now, because he beat Newbie Ritchie, took over his seed. It doesn't matter who goes first or second, but you do get to pick your vote for the other. Does Darren know that you got to go till you beat him?
He knows.
You got to go till you win. We're in the final. Darren has chosen Keith Albritton and the red, white, and blue boat, leaving Nick Lathauser.
So Jeremy Newbie Ritchie's coming back at 39. I didn't think they were going to do that, but he's giving it a go. 4.
Is he going to? He is. Well, there you go.
There's a little show for you.
He just wanted to run it.
He just wanted to run
he
that
runs
39.
39
Nicely
to
done.
solidify himself as the 3rd place finisher. Wow. What a statement. What a statement. What a statement.
Yeah, come on up and tell us about the handle miss there at 1 at 38. we like that you finished that off showing them how to run a 39. Beautiful.
Jeremy Newbie Ritchie with a statement of all statements. Coming back.
Could so when you
So
come
come on-
up,
come
you
on
didn't
in here.
even
So
have
Jeremy-
to ski that 39.
tell us what happened let's go backwards and tell us what happened when you were with Darren and all you needed was a 2 at 38. What happened? I called that a 1 in 1,000 event. What happened?
Yeah. I'm trying to forget it, to be honest.
Goldfish, just put it behind you.
You know, I in this competition, you can't take anything for granted from one round to the next, and I think I just let my concentration down. You know, I was probably thinking about, oh, maybe I'll have a look at 39 on the way back, and you just can't take your eye off the ball. You've got to focus, you know, on what's in front of you right then. And you know, I turned one, and the handle just wasn't there.
Well, then you did a great job winning the small final and then came back with the statement of all statements by running 39 on the way back. Here we go. We got Darren Montgomery pulling out 35 off. This is for all the meat and potatoes for the win. It's him against Nick Lathauser coming out at 35 off. Darren on his Denali. He's behind the red, white, and blue boat being driven by Keith L. Britton. Just like every other tailwind, the tip is staying down. It's moving through. He's looking awesome.
So the 39 coming back, I'm sitting there, I go, he's pulling out for 30. I go, this is because of the half at 38. I go,
It absolutely was. They were ready to spin in the boat, and the judges like, it won't score, it won't score. And I said, I don't care. I don't care. I'm having it anyway. So, yeah, that was just retribution, I guess.
we figured as much, because I kind of knew, I'm like, this doesn't score. It doesn't matter. He doesn't care about that. That's awesome.
The thing that's interesting about that is that 39 in the head was the only 39 run today. So that was quite a statement you laid down there. You got on the proper podium, I would call it, with the by winning the small final. So you're in the third place finish, you're in the money, and you actually laid down a statement that, yes, I made a mistake. This is what I'm capable of. Look at this 39. I mean, that was awesome. Great job.
Thanks very much. I think you know, I was happy with how I skied this week. You know, a couple of times you know, in regular rounds that I'd run 10.75. So, you know, I think I've skied well, as good as I hoped to. So, you know, it's been a really fun trip.
It was awesome to have you here.
All right, so we've got
Nick Lathauser,
35 off start.
He's got Jeff Gilbert driving him behind the powder blue Nautique. Nick is looking just like Darren. The tip's staying down. It's moving through. There's just never a doubt. Those two are looking so good in the tailwind today. But we saw Darren make a mistake in the headwind at 38 where he only ended up with 1.5. So did he learn something from that? Will it happen again? We're going to find out very shortly.
Well, he had to be on an emotional roller coaster because he
thought he was done.
1.5 at 38.
He was done.
Just, oh,
I mean, he was paddling towards a beer, literally, like it's over. And before he even got to shore, next thing you know, he's still in it. And that's the beauty of this format. The beauty of this format is you cannot take anything for granted. You have to play it out because whatever you thought was going to happen isn't what's going to happen. And actually something that I think I use those same words talking to Jeremy this morning when we were doing the webcast. Whatever you thought was going to happen it's going to be something else. That's really the only thing you could count on, that it will be something else.
I thought was going to happen. I'll tell you that.
Well, here we go. We are now coming back. 38 off the line. We got Montgomery behind the red, white, and blue boat being driven by Keith L. Britton.
Let's watch his 2.4 this time.
Ooh, babied it.
He babied it.
But he's still in it with a huge 3-ball. Better 4. Better 5. Oh! Wow. So all it's going to take for Nick Lathauser to get the gold is a full pass at 38 off.
Quiet about future skiers.
I just don't see Nick missing this 38. But man, when you've got the
it's a formality
win on the line, he probably can't even feel his legs. He knows right now all he's got to do is run 38, but man, that's hard to do. It's his fifth set.
So once again, Darren's in the water, thinks his day's over.
Uh-oh. Darren's hurt. It seems like Darren is hurt.
Oh, his back. So
gosh darn it.
We got Darren has a really sore back.
He had a sciatic issue.
He's not moving real well there.
And now he's struggling. Darn it.
That was
And I know this feeling because I hurt my back at the Worlds and was crawling to the bathroom for 3 days, and back injuries are the worst. Ah, so sorry, Darren. That is the worst. They're helping him out of the water. But in a sense, even though it's not at all intentional and he's struggling so hard, I feel very badly for Darren. But in a sense, does this ice Nick a little bit? I mean, he's down there for quite a while. He's thinking about this way more than he otherwise would have between the 50-second beeps. He's got to run this 38 for the win. It's not a given, right?
Well, he's got to run 4.5 because I don't think Darren's taking the rope coming out of the water again. He wasn't swimming to shore, so I think he's done.
Well, that's a good point. So if they tie, can Darren continue, or does he have to forfeit? It seems like it's a forfeit. But if they tie, he couldn't even get out of the water.
I think it's going to.
And you never know.
I think it's going to be a moot point. I believe Nick's going to run 38 here without any issue.
You're right.
I think he can elect a privy, someone to go out in his place. I'm ready.
A second.
I want to try to get everybody in an interview, but Darren is messed up. Sorry, brother. Are you okay? What do you think?
Well, that is a
We've got
back that just got overworked, and boy, that's about as deep as you can get. Was it a back or an ankle? Oh, it is his back. It is back.
Are they going to bring in Nick? He's still down in the water down there.
Ankle. All right, so we've got. Yeah, they're going.
Okay, we've got an injured Darren Montgomery, which
So it
is
looks like it's an Achilles.
unfortunate because
it's an Achilles injury. So we'll see if
he
hopefully he
is
didn't
injured.
pop one. All right, so we've got Nick coming
We've
back
got
in.
Nick coming
Luthhauser.
back.
This is
He's
for
got
all
to
the
run
marbles.
5 at 38 for the win. He's in the headwind.
Headwind is not too strong. It's a decent headwind, maybe 8 to 10.
Nick for
is
the
about it.
win. Let's see what he can do. Nice one ball. Crushes the 2. Oh, he's on time and early, and this is a formality. I mean, here we go. Your 2,000.
Nicely done, and obviously could have run that pass. Finished it easy.
Your
Excellent job.
2024 champion at West number 8, Nick Lathauser, your 2024 West number 8 champion. What a performance by Nick Lathauser. We got Jeremy Newby Ritchie in 3rd place and Darren Montgomery with another second. This is his 3rd second in a West event. It might even be his 4th. It's his 3rd or 4th second. He is badly injured. We don't know if he injured his Achilles or his back, but he's struggling. We're, of course, worried about him because he's a very close friend of all of ours. And Nick Lathauser, your 2024 West number 8 champion.
It's his Achilles.
Presented by H2OProShop.com. We're hearing word unofficially that it's his Achilles. It seems not great, and I'm hoping and praying that he didn't tear his Achilles. He is sort of hobbling. He's walking a little bit. I don't know the seriousness of it, of course. But we've got our podium now. In 5th place, Seth Stisher, the 2023 and 2022 West event champions at Swiss. Nick Lathauser for the win. In 4th place, we've got Jason Peckham. 3rd place, Jeremy Newby Ritchie. All the way from the UK, comes here and gets on the podium. He won in North Carolina at Little Mountain, West number 7. And now we've got in 2nd place, like a gladiator, injured but still gets to 2nd place, Darren Montgomery. An amazing performance on his part. I hope he's okay soon. And the winner, again, I can't emphasize it enough, the winner for the first time ever in a West event, the young gun, Nick Lathauser.
Luthauser.
I mean, Anna Conley. But what a performance from Nick.
I did not see from Nick. Does he have a wing on that ski? Or is he running wingless like Seth?
He doesn't seem to need any sort of gizmos and this and that. I mean, this is a guy that, man, he was looking so awesome the whole week. And Nick Lathauser with the win, man, that's going to set him up well for next year. What a lot of confidence that's going to bring him. And, it's not a small amount of prize money. And plus there's the H2OProShop.com swag. They get the hats, they get the cups, they have the West logo on them with the H2O Pro Shop. Thank you, Terrence, for doing that. They've got the t-shirts.
Great event, guys. If you guys are ever thinking of coming to one, I know all you Californians, you probably woke up and watched the semifinals. But come on out. It's a lot of fun. A lot of rounds. You get great skiing, great sights, great drivers. Everything's set up to run great buoys. We had a lot of we had a lot of wind. It settled down a little bit for the semifinals and finals, but we had good scoring from Wednesday or Thursday on, and it was blowing.
And it was blowing.
20 mile an hour
Swiss
winds,
Ski Resort is an amazing place to go if you ever want to ski this, and just have a little family vacation. This is a great place to go. Stadelbauers are the best. They're very accommodative. What a world-class site. It's one of the premier sites in the world. I couldn't recommend it enough. So definitely come to Swiss. I have to say thank you again to H2OProShop.com. Good water ski technology.
And thank you, Jeff Swain, working it.
Jeff Swain on the webcast all day. We've got DillingerInsurance.com. Any insurance needs in the state of Florida, please go to Mike Dillinger. What a great event. We're signing off. West 8 2024. West 8, October 21st, 2024, West 8. We've got 2 events planned right now for next year that are confirmed. The first one being June 28th and 29th at Lake 38 in Tallahassee at the beautiful Oasis in Tallahassee, owned by Keith and Karen Elbritton. And our second event is going to be October 18th and 19th here again at the beautiful Swiss Water Ski Resort. And so for now, this is Bart Rockwell signing off. Thank you again to everybody that tuned in to watch this amazing day of 34-mile-an-hour skiing. What a performance by all the finalists. And congratulations again to Nick Lathauser for his first win on the West Tour. Thank you again. Signing off.